Season 6 of the Professional Grappling Federation was massive. In just 1 year, the PGF went from a regional jiu-jitsu show to a historic event for the evolution of BJJ. Change is in the air. The legends gathered in the fight capital of the world to bear witness to the history in the making. For the first time, UFC Fight Pass hosted the world's first jiu-jitsu league. And this time there was over $100,000 on the line. The season of grappling starts with the draft. Each coach will draft 5 players in the live auction. The highest bid will receive the athlete. This is where friendships are tested and rivalries are formed.
Fuck you, Daniel.
Once the teams are set, the season can begin. Every athlete has 12 matches in the regular season. The goal is to score points for your team and for yourself. The only way to score points is by getting a submission. Any choke or kill is awarded 6 points. And any joint lock or break is awarded 3 points. The top 8 scoring athletes will make it to the playoffs. The playoffs are single elimination, with only one man left standing.
Oh, look at that knee tap.
The PGF is the most fan-friendly grappling event that exists. Modeled after the NFL, the PGF has Jiu-Jitsu's first ever fantasy league, where fans can create their own teams and compete virtually for money and bragging rights. The PGF is everything you love about sports, plus Jiu-Jitsu. Welcome to the PGF world, where the art of jiu-jitsu meets the thrill of competition. The returning warriors are here to reclaim their thrones. Multiple-time PGF world champion Elijah Carlton, Season 5 runner-up Kamoy Anderson, PGF veterans Travis Thomas, Fedor Nikolov, Cam Hurd, and more, all back and ready to leave their mark in Season 7. And don't forget the top scorer from Season 6, Davis Asare, is hungry for more. But this season begins a new weight class. 205 pounds brings new athletes to the PGF proving grounds. Ryan Aiken, CJJ champion, ADCC veteran, looks to prove why he deserves PGF gold. IBJJF silver medalist and CJI veteran Adam Bradley joins the fray. And ADCC, CJI, and EBI veteran Kyle Boehm booked his ticket in the Nashville qualifier. And we can't forget about Jiu-Jitsu standouts Kyle Chambers and Paul Ardea. These athletes are ready to shake up the league and leave their marks in the PGF history books. It all goes down in Las Vegas, the fight capital of the world, starting November 3rd. The world's first professional grappling league, PGF World. It's everything you love about sports, plus jiu-jitsu.
Jiu-jitsu is more than just a sport. It's a lifestyle. It's about community, love, and respect. And that's exactly what Epic Roll stands for. When you wear Epic Roll, you're part of something bigger, a global tribe of grapplers that are all connected from their love of the sport. Our gear was created by black belts who know exactly how important comfort and durability are when it comes to your training gear. We know once you try Epic Roll, you'll see exactly what the hype is all about. Don't just do it, be epic.
The Door Traffic Miner is a simple way to earn crypto. There are 3 easy steps. Step 1, buy a DTM. Step 2, place it in a doorway at a home or business. Step 3, collect rewards in crypto for the data you provide. Join the revolution of datapreneurs mining real-time foot traffic data around the world. Brought to you by Door Technologies, made possible by Constellations Network.
New hope is there for fighters and their families. You are not your diagnosis. New hope is changing the fight game. Heal faster, fight harder, compete for longer. New Hope Regeneration. Hope lives here.
Jitsu for life.
10,000 hours is a steep mountain to climb to become a master, especially when the task at hand puts a relentless demand on your body. There is nothing casual about this sport. It's all in, all effort, all focus. It takes a lot from you, but the reward is unmatched. Mastery of oneself, an acute understanding of your weaknesses with an explosive sense of your strengths. Being able to complete the climb to mastery requires the proper nutrition. This is why it's important to take in a potent blend of electrolytes that is in tune with your output and brings strength to your goals. This potent blend is only found in Salt Electrolytes. Salt targets your depleted electrolyte levels with a boost of hydration and health. It gives your body the baseline recovery it needs.
What is up, ladies and gents? It is your friendly neighborhood BJJ podcast from Rafa Sparsa coming to you with another great installment of the Bullpen, a joint venture of Inside BJJ and the Grappling Hour. I have to tell you, the mood, the atmosphere here is eclectic. People are excited about today's PGF season. It kicks off today at the draft. We thank you for tuning in. We hope that you are having a great day. And yes, we have a long week of festivities, but let's not waste any time. Let's get to some co-hosts here. Let's go first to my very good friend, Tim Freeman. Tim, how are you doing, sir?
I'm fantastic, man. The chandeliers have been lowered. The mats have been rolled out. The white couches have been set. It's PGF Season 7. Let's go, Raf. I'm excited.
And also joining us today is Kevin Sherrill. Kevin, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm really looking forward to a week of the PGF where I don't have to risk a dang thing. I can just talk shit and have a fun time with my friends. This is going to be a great time.
Well, we're glad to have you over on this side. So welcome, handsome Kevin Sherrill, to this side. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to today, but before we do, I just want to say something real quick. This tie is brought to you by your championship Los Angeles Dodgers. So thanks to them. Appreciate that. And, you know, things run championship-wise here in Los Angeles, but also in Las Vegas, a lot of fun stuff happening because your PGF champ is addressing you right now. So I would like to say thank you so much for all of your love and support here, people. It does mean a lot. But let's get straight to the actual broadcast in itself. Let's go straight to the board. All right, gents, we have a lot to get to today, but the first and foremost thing that we have to address is, how does this all work? So I'm going to come to you, Tim Freeman. How exactly does this whole beast work?
So it's draft day. We are going to have a random order in that it's not a ranked list. It's been published. It's a live auction draft. Coaches are going to pick their players. There can be an intentional walk. If the player's not picked, they may get pushed to the parking lot and they get to them at the end. And question mark if there's going to be trades. I think that discussion was on the table. I'm actually not positive about that. That might be up to the minute breaking news, Rav.
Thank you for that, Tim. And I do notice we just lost the feed for handsome Kevin Sherrill. We'll fix that here in a second, but I was going to go to him. Instead, I'll just tell you this. So, yes, we are doing things a little bit differently this year. Instead of doing an organized draft order where people are picked according to their seeds, we're actually going to be going a little bit out of order, which is going to provide some major strategy moments for the coaches. And I'm intrigued to see how it's going to play out for a number of the different teams here. So I would love to see how people are going to be picking when the number one potential seed may actually be the 20th person on the block. So just as a heads up on that one. And, you know, Kevin, you've actually been on the block. What did it feel like to be somebody who was essentially being auctioned off, sir?
It's extremely strange and surreal to look someone like Hurd, Gracie, or Jean-Jacques in the face and be like, yeah, if you could put like a number value on me, what would that be? It's a little bit odd. I don't think most jiu-jitsu guys are used to pitching themselves as valuable. They're used to physically putting their hands on you to show you how good they are. So it's a strange experience for a lot of people. I'm very interested to see how this draft order plays out. It's created a new skill curve for the PGF, and we'll see how these coaches figure it out.
That's great to know. Thank you for that. Let's go to our next topic on the board. Our next topic is surprise. Now, what I love about surprises is that there are things that you can't see coming. For example, oh my goodness.
Surprise.
Is this a surprise for me?
Oh, wow.
The PGF champion of fantasy?
This guy.
I told you. Hey, B-Mac always delivers. Always come through.
He does. Oh my good. I think I'm just going to keep this right here. I don't want to do any more show. Kevin, have you won one of these?
I have a handsome belt at my house.
A handsome belt. Okay, that's.
I've also won the PGF once with Team Toehold. Team Toehold.
Oh, you won as a group, you know what I mean?
As a
like
team.
I won it individually. Should I just? You know what? Hold on. It's just way difficult to do. I'll just do the rest of the show like this.
Raph won it individually with no help from anyone else.
Zero help from any other human being.
Congratulations, Raph.
Thank you so much.
It pains me to see that belt. I have belt envy very bad right now, but I have to congratulate you. You did win, and it takes a big man to admit that.
Well, thank you for that. I'm glad we could do this like adults. Speaking of which,
Is that the one that goes to my house after this week?
so you
Or
think
do
that
I
you're
get a
going
new
to win.
belt?
See, I don't know how this works. Nobody mentioned any belts. Last year, I just upped my ante when they said there was a belt. This year, nobody said there's a belt. We'll see what happens. But this belongs to me forever and ever. Anyways, this is so much fun. I don't forget what the show's supposed to be. Who will be this year's surprise? Okay, I guess that's a question. All right, I'll open up to you. Kevin, who's going to be this year's surprise in the draft?
We're close enough that I can say it. Nobody seems to know who Ernesto Rivera is, and they are going to find out this year. It's going to be very interesting. I think Ernesto's a top 10 pick, easily a top 10 pick, and I don't think that's generally what I've been picking up from the atmosphere at the PGF, but he's not here for no reason. It should be an interesting time.
Thank you. Not here for no reason. I think I got the double negative. It means he's here for a reason. Just wanted to make sure I was clear on that. So sorry. So anyway, Tim, what is going to be the surprise here today?
You know, it's hard to say. I think there's going to be some guys that go for a lower value than what we're expecting in the draft. That's happened in every draft that I participated in this last couple weeks leading into it. There's always big names, but because that order is not the same in a rank, it allows the coaches to kind of play with it, and you might see some guys go for a low dollar amount.
Thank you, Tim. This just looks so good. You know what? This is the worst thing they could have done for me, honestly.
We don't have much time.
We have all the time in the world. Look at this. Oh my goodness. What's happening, Kevin?
First time?
First time.
I have 5 of those in my house.
Oh, you do?
They don't say PGF on them.
So
they got other.
adorable. Yeah, I've won national championships in speech. I don't know that you've ever done that.
Do they give you a giant belt?
No.
That would be awesome.
They give me giant trophies.
That's so cool.
I have a bunch of medals and giant trophies, and people are like, yo, what year? I was like, yo, I was a national champion, fam. Anyway, yes, I think that is good. I do want to get to our next topic, which is news. Now, here's what we're trying to put out here, and I do want to ask you guys, because I generally don't know anything. I've been here getting this stuff ready, but I'd love to bring it to you guys. Is there any breaking news? Tim, you seem to suggest there might be some breaking news for us to analyze here.
I think there is. There's a couple things. One is there's been a massive run on chocolate flavored Once Upon a Coconut. You cannot find it in the building. People showed up demanding for that drink. They're almost out already. 2 is there's been a lot of good buzz about Travis Thomas. I've heard a lot of good things said about him to the point that he's like, hey, man, it's kind of making me a little bit nervous now. And then the last thing I heard, don't know if this is true, one of the owners is actually offering an additional bonus on top of the team prize if his team wins.
Can we confirm that? Do we know that?
I can't confirm it, but the amount that's being thrown around is $5,000, which,
wow.
Hey, man, that's enough. I'll take it.
It's almost a bounty in itself.
Yeah.
But it's like the coach is basically saying, here's a performance bonus. So I'm excited to hear that. Kevin, have you heard any other breaking news out on the streets?
Yeah, I think that the breaking news has to be one of the alternates pulling up the mink coat. That man's going to go for a lot of money just off the style. He's rocking it. No shirt, mink coat, jeans. He's got some energy. I think that's breaking news.
So I'm so sorry. There was no shirt but a mink coat. Who is this?
Absolutely. I did not catch his name. He's mysterious.
Okay, we will come back to that a little bit later because
I did see that dude weighing in with the coat on.
Yeah, with the coat on.
Yes.
You know what he told us when we were standing around talking? He was like, oh, yeah, they called me like 2 days ago. I figured I didn't realize you were supposed to wear stuff, and I just had this in my car. Like, this is just what you had in your car. Like, you throw your hoodie in the back seat, man threw a mink coat.
This is a blazer,
in
right?
case anybody needs to be Huggy Bear 20 minutes later.
He's living a different lifestyle than me. I want to walk a day in his shoes. I don't think I can, though. I don't think I got
That's
it like
fair.
that.
It comes with a heavy responsibility.
Yeah.
Let's go to our next one here. Our next topic is as follows. What, gentlemen, should the coaches be looking for? And Tim, I'm going to start with you. What is it that the coaches need to be looking for as they do this draft here today?
Well, I think every coach needs to draft a team that has a killer, needs to draft a player that is an escape artist that could force the other team to put zeros up, and you need a captain. You need somebody who can motivate your guys. You can't pick the match order. That's randomized once the teams are set. So you don't know who your guys are going to go up against when you draft them. So you have to draft for particular attributes that you're looking for in a team that will strengthen your team.
Beautiful. Thank you for that, Tim. I appreciate that. Kevin, what else should coaches be looking for? Again, as somebody who's been in this process before, what was it that you saw they were looking for, and what do you think they should be looking for?
Coaches need to look for breakers. They need to look for guys who are going to win the shootout. The story of the PGF is almost all finishes by leg locks. You do see a variety of other finishes. They're not off the table. But you need people who are going to win the shootout and force the other leg lockers to play a game that they're not comfortable with or risk damage. Last year, Jed Thompson, everybody was scared of that matchup. We had David Evers back in season 3. There's always somebody that people are scared of And if you can get enough guys on your team that can win the shootout and force other people to play a different game, you're going to win the PGF.
Beautiful. Gentlemen, thank you for going through those series of comments. We'll now go to our next one, which is gems. Now, here's a question that I have for you guys. When we advance this and we look at it, let's talk about the gems that are out there. Let's talk about these PGF Season 7 alternates. And if you could do me a solid here and go on over and talk a little bit about them, is there any alternates that we need to be aware of? Kevin, I'll start with you.
Abraham Lamontagne. He is absolutely by rights should be in the regular roster. That's not how it plays out every year. We're not worried about that. He's a steal in the alternates. He is dominant. Again, we talked about breakers. He cut from, I think, 240 to get here. He's a new wave prospect. He's very, very good, very dangerous. I think he's going to put up a lot of numbers if he sees mat time.
Thank you for that. Tim, do you have any gems that we need to keep an eye out on?
I think Kevin nailed it with Abraham. I'm also looking at Gabriel Checo. There's a few grapplers on the list that are really talented grapplers that could be easily on the team. I think he's one of them. Sam Schwarzkopfel's got quite a bit of experience lately. He's been getting out there a lot. He's experienced in this format. You're probably going to see him out there at some point. We know injuries are going to happen. We know alternates are going to step up. It's just a matter of which ones are going to really show out.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much for that, Tim. Let's go to our next topic, which is this. So Tim previewed this a little bit earlier, but it's the idea of walks. What exactly is a walk? I'll start with you, Tim, and why is that important in an auction draft?
So a walk is when an athlete comes up for bid and all four coaches take a pass on him at that time, meaning they're not ready to spend on this particular person at this particular moment. That will drop that player off the list down to the bottom, and then they'll circle back to that player at the end. I think it's going to majorly impact how this shakes up because the order of the draft changes as you start walking, guys. And you better have money when you get to the end if you want to get one of those guys, or you're going to get defaulted.
Thank you for that. I'm going to go to you now, Kevin. Same question.
A walk, you're going to look at positions. Kimoy Anderson is going to get walked because he comes up right before Travis and Elijah. You got to look at Fedor is going to get walked because he comes up before Kyle Bain. A walk is when people skip. And when you start looking at guys like Kyle Bain, guys like Elijah Carlton, Ryan Aiken, I think Dory might be in danger of getting walked. Cam Hurd might be in danger of getting walked because they're coming up before those big numbers and people are going to want to save their budget. They might bid low and try and get them in a steal, but then you're committed. I think we're going to see 3 or 4 walks this season. It's going to be those guys. Phenomenal athletes, but...
Thank you for that. Gentlemen, we're getting down to our last area, and I do want to ask this. What is the general layout that is happening here on the show? So we obviously have the show, and we also have some kind of interesting developments from this season to last season that have changed, at least for the production. So I'll start with you, Kevin. What is the difference for this year in terms of the layout, and what does it look like and feel like here?
We have less dogs available as collateral damage. That's unfortunate. I hope they trot them out for the mat time, and we can start evading them like we're playing Minesweeper.
Thank you for that, Tim. What other things did you notice this year is different or that the layout includes here for people at home?
Well, one of the new things is we have Mr. Egghead set up with his own table, running analysis for the fantasy sports, giving stats. This guy is a machine. He's basically my chat GPT. He's Egghead GPT. I just send him queries and he sends me back information. You're going to get a lot out of that guy, so look for him this season. Beyond that, it feels much like last year or last season. The anticipation's high. People are dressed to the nines. There are less animals figuratively, but there are some animals here. So
yeah, there are quite a few dogs in the room.
There are definitely a few dogs. Woof, woof. Woof, woof. Here we go. I do see a couple comments in the comment section, and that takes us to our gallery. We'll get into some other comments, but I do want to bring up this. I do see a note here that says there's no way Dory gets walked. I don't know if anybody understands what will happen here. There's going to be stuff that you don't think is going to happen that will for sure happen. So please come into tonight with a little bit of whimsy and a little bit of curiosity. I know we have some, and I see, yes, we do appreciate that. And in case you guys are seeing some lag on the mics, we will take care of that within the next day. But let's get into some of the comments that we saw in the comment section that our team here put together, and let's go to our first comment. The first comment that we saw come up on the streets where people were talking about it on the overlays settings, good sir. should be comment number 1 on the group board, and then we will get there. And it says, put the belt down, Raph. No. Did you win a belt? No, I don't think so. I get to keep this for as long as I want. This might be in the post show too. This might be here every single day.
Yeah, all week.
So this was a note we saw that says, it looks great except for the couches. Pit, alley, or cage would be better for the viewers and the athletes. So let me just say this. I don't know if you're here, but when the couches hit, it is very, very, very nice. It's very classy. And I will tell you this. Listen, we've already started with our first pit comment. I just want to let you guys know it's a different beast. Maybe there will be a pit in the future, but we need to find a way to make it more accessible, especially in a smaller audience. Let's go to our next comment. It says, Mr. Strong Bro, do you mind reading this one, Kevin?
Yeah, I'll be in bed at 9. I guess I'll catch the replay.
And then the next comment is this thing working?
It's like, what thing are you talking
Can you
about,
hear
buddy?
me? I have no clue.
I don't know if your thing's working.
Let's go to our next comment here. Tim, you take this one, sir.
This is, I've got 100K on Adam Bradley. I know you're talking about
do what?
PGF bucks.
Yeah.
To do what?
I got 100K. I got 100K on Kevin also.
It's on him. It's physically, I
You
put
know
it in a
what?
backpack. He's wearing it.
I got 100K on you too, Raph.
Thank you. Thank you. Look at it. Oh, my goodness.
And I got 50 on the belt.
Oh, man. You can try. But I will tell you this. Asim, thank you so much. He said I was best dressed. Listen, bro. I mean, I think the belt does a lot of heavy lifting. Let's go to our next comment. We got 2 more left. And I'll take this one. And it says, let's go to this one instead. First grappling event in history to have 3 coral belts. Hegan, Jean-Jacques, and Carlos. That is correct. And then Pedro Sauer as well. So, ladies and gents, we're not short on talent here.
Yep. We are in the company of giants.
The comment here says, I'm talking real bucks. From who and where? I don't want to
do
know.
what?
I want to see who's putting this up. Like,
Who's taking that action?
I'm not taking that action.
Who's he betting?
I'm going to go talk to Paul. Paul might put 100K against that.
Listen, gentlemen.
Let's get 100K going.
I do want to say this to you guys at home. This is just the beginning of a week long of full festivities. So what I want you to do is I want you to go ahead and pay attention. We are going to wrap things up here, but stay tuned. The draft is coming up, and then as soon as the draft is finished, you will see your friends back here. Tim, Kevin, your good guy Raph, your champion Raph Esparza, and we will be back for the official post show. But if you guys really want to see some great action, you want to keep it here all week. On behalf of all of us, it's been a great day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats.
That damn belt.
So the PGF is just like any sports league. We just do it with jiu-jitsu. Everything starts with the player draft. We take 20 world-class athletes and we split them up into 4 teams. Each team is led by one of the most legendary athletes in jiu-jitsu history. Once the teams are established, the regular season begins. Every athlete gets 12 regular season matches. The matches are 6 minutes long, and in the PGF, you can only win via submission. If you win by choke, which we call a kill, you get 6 points towards the playoff. If you win with a joint lock, we call that a break, you get 3 points towards the playoff. If the match goes to a draw, both athletes get 0 points towards the playoff, and any submission that you land in under a minute gets an extra point. The team that accumulates the most points during the regular season splits $100,000. The top 8 scoring athletes advance to the PGF playoffs, where they have a chance to become the PGF champion and win an additional $20,000.
Jitsu is more than just a sport. It's a lifestyle. It's about community, love, and respect. And that's exactly what Epic Roll stands for. When you wear Epic Roll, you're part of something bigger, a global tribe of grapplers that are all connected from their love of the sport. Our gear was created by black belts who know exactly how important comfort and durability are when it comes to your training gear. We know once you try Epic Roll, you'll see exactly what the hype is all about. Don't just do it, be epic.
For the second time in 2024, PGF World is back inside the combat sports capital. We're at a secret location in Las Vegas, where 20 grapplers are set to be drafted upon one of 4 teams, all with one common goal in mind. That is cashing in on a potential $100,000. Live from Las Vegas, this is PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. Hey everybody, I'm TJ DeSantis along with the commish, BMAC, Brandon McCatherine, and tonight it is all about the launch of Season 7. BMAC, it's everything you love about sports, plus jiu-jitsu, and oddly enough, the draft might be my favorite night, and there's no jiu-jitsu.
Hey, that's kind of the craziest part. We've put together something I think is actually really exciting and fun to watch, not just for jiu-jitsu fans, but if you're into regular sports, you're going to really like what we got going on tonight.
Absolutely. It is very much a traditional model about sports and team-based sports and combat sports. Very hard to do, but you've done something really unique here. And, of course, just like every season begins in regular stick and ball sports, it starts with a draft. We've got a draft tonight. Let's take a look at how the draft works, because it really is unlike anything else you'll find in combat sports.
It's totally unique in combat sports. Just the idea of team concepts, that's not totally unique, but I feel like we've stumbled on, well, we didn't stumble, let's be honest. We worked really hard to put together a format that makes a lot of sense and awards the team and awards the individual. So a lot of times with team combat sports iterations, the team doesn't really end up mattering that much, but the team is the big prize here, $100,000 to the winning team.
And it's not just a sort of figurehead type of thing with the coaches involved. They have to have strategy, and yes, while that strategy plays out over the course of a week long of matches, the strategy really begins tonight with who they draft for their team.
The strategy starts tonight, and the storylines start tonight. One of the great things about having a season is that we get to learn about these athletes, and we get to see the highs of their glory when they win, and we get to see them crushing in defeat when they lose. Here's the way the draft works out, TJ. You want to kind of like walk us through this a little bit?
Yeah, each coach has a salary of $10,000. Each athlete must receive a minimum of $100 to be put on a team. And then our bidding, it's an auction-style draft. An athlete will come up. The bid will start at $100 and must continue to incrementally go up by $100. 5 athletes on each team. The coach with the highest bid receives that athlete. And we've seen it in our mock draft this year. It got pretty crazy. We'll see if it gets crazy tonight. But like I said, the seed of a season, it starts right here with this draft. And I'm curious, did you see any of the athletes buttering up the coaches at all?
I definitely saw some of that. Yeah, I definitely saw some of the athletes walking up and trying to talk to the coaches to make sure they get on the team that they want. You know, all of these guys are legends, but some of these guys like really matter. Like maybe Pedro Sauer's in your lineage, or Gracie's the guy who really inspired you to be a great mount player or whatever. So definitely a lot of buttering up going on. Something that wasn't in the graphic there that's going to be a really important part of the draft, and I think this is a huge story tonight actually, is that we're going to have a draft for the alternates as well. So when we get through all 20 of the regular roster athletes, we're going to have a supplemental draft where they're going to choose 2 alternates to be on their team. And the alternates this year, I think, are going to be more important than ever. Last season, we had 6 out of the 8 alternates got playing time. One of those alternates left with a lot of money because he ended up on the winning team. But this season, there are some serious athletes that are in the alternates list. A lot of times our alternates are like, oh, let me see who wants to just come hang out and spend a week with us. And this season, we got real athletes, even a couple of athletes with wins recently over people that made the regular roster.
I've heard the term here at PGF called dunking on your opponents, and I don't,
Dunks, yeah.
you know, I don't know if there's necessarily easy dunks in the alternate pool, and if there's dunkers in the alternate pool,
There are.
who knows what's going to happen should they get in the main season?
Yeah, you got the Mountain Abe LaMontagne hanging out in there, Davis and Souza. Like, there's some real players in the alternates, and I believe that whoever does the best job drafting the alternates is going to actually have a huge advantage when it comes time maybe day 3, day 4.
Right.
Those guys are going to see some game time.
People don't understand what the gauntlet is unless you've experienced it before here at PGF. Let's talk about our coaches, because we have a returning coach, a guy who is really into it. We saw it on the documentary. Dean Lister's back, the boogeyman. He's here not messing around either. He's one of the most intimidating coaches, I think, and he kind of looks it tonight, too.
He looks super intimidating tonight. He's got his arm wrapped up in a sling. He's got a giant black eye. He's all scratched up. He took a big injury. And he's got his sling. He's got a black belt.
It's a black belt sling.
Yeah, he's got his arm wrapped up in a black belt. Dean was awesome last year. Like, unanimously, every single person that we talked to, from the staff to the athletes to the fans themselves, loved having Dean Lister be a part of the PGF. And so he was actually the very first call that we made when the season was over.
And speaking of returning coaches, Gracie is back. I mean, if you're one of these athletes, I don't care who you are, the idea of being drafted by Gracie's got to feel pretty special. You got to be holding out for that a little bit.
Dude, Hodger just beat me up for 4 rounds yesterday. It was one of the greatest, worst experiences of my entire life. He's, wouldn't you be surprised to find out that he's actually truly incredible? He's magical, and he's a genius when it comes to jiu-jitsu, as you can imagine. I would love to just sit and spend the week having Hodger observe my game and watch me and give me tips, man. He's a real genius on the mat.
Did you do something to deserve that beating?
I'm just not good. That's the main thing I did.
Fair enough. Tell us about some of the other fresh faces here when it comes to coaches.
So Pedro Sauer makes his first appearance here. Pedro, an absolute legend. He's been responsible for so much of the growth of jiu-jitsu in the United States, Coral Belt, and he's got a whole team of legends over there with him. He's got Mika sitting there with him. And then Carlos Machado is actually on our board of advisors. Carlos was chomping at the bit to try to get on as one of the coaches, and when I found out that he wanted to be here, I was ecstatic. So for me, Carlos is one of the most pivotal figures in the growth of jiu-jitsu in North America. Like, basically all of Texas is like Carlos Machado country. So, yeah.
We'll see how those coaches fare tonight with the draft. You know, we talk about how PGF is everything you love about sports plus jiu-jitsu. It's also all about the fantasy game, and we're stepping up the fantasy game this year a bit as well. Even in our very own program, we've got a whole fantasy team.
Yeah, we got a whole squad over there. A couple of familiar faces. You're used to seeing Egghead on the broadcast with us, but we gave him his own section of the broadcast because he's just brings such valuable insights, and he's got a pretty interesting guest over there.
Yeah, a familiar face, but not exactly the face you might think it is at first look, because he's got a twin brother who's pretty notable as well.
He does, but for me, this is my Anik right here.
I like that, our Anik.
This is our Anik.
Yeah. Should we go over to the fantasy corner?
Let's do it. Let's
right.
go to our Anik.
Standing by is Jason Anik and the man with the 20-pound brain they call Egghead. Guys, take it away.
Plus jiu-jitsu. I don't know if you know much about sports without fantasy, and nowadays fantasy leagues are everywhere. I'm learning so much sitting over here in the last 30 minutes. Egghead, dropping knowledge. You said 20-pound brain. Just talk to us. You wouldn't believe the stuff this guy has in terms of projections, rankings. I'm blown away by this guy's analysis. Talk to me. What have you built this year?
So basically, for every athlete we have, I have a player info sheet that I've given to all the staff here. I've noted every major tournament they've won, every matchup they've had against any one of these competitors ever, and also have hyperlinks for all their matches. Just all the stats, projections for the year, who they're going to go against, how many kills and breaks they're anticipated to get, an analysis of both the PGF power rankings, but also, more importantly for us, the fantasy. Because in the PGF, they care about kills and breaks, and the elbow gene point if you get us up within 1 minute. But for the fantasy, we also have points for takedowns. If they get a takedown, your fantasy manager that put them on your team, you get a point. If they get a mount, it's 2 points. If they take that back, another 2 points. So there's going to be a lot more to think about for us fantasy managers. Again, that's just another level of interest in something more to think about. It's lots of fun.
Well, and just fascinating. They've got this whole site built out, so there's going to be opportunities to join. There's a free option. There's a paid option. Tell us a little bit about just an individual day and what you can sort of place and, on an individual day setting up your lineup.
Awesome. So, anyone that wants to go to pgf.global right now and can log in, register, and each day they will have their own somewhat of an auction draft. So every day, every fantasy manager will get 140 credits or points to be able to spend. They're going to build the best team of 7 they can with that. And the prices for the first day are all going to be 20 points per player, but then each day it's going to change based upon how well they do. If they get 2-3 kills, man, that guy's going to get expensive really quick. But every fantasy manager has to put together the team, and then however many points they get from kills, breaks, elbow genie points, takedowns, taking the back or mount, that all goes towards your fantasy team. I also forgot, if they get hit for stalling, if they're running away, that's going to take it away from your team. That's going to be a -1 point. But every day you put together your best team. At the end of the day, we're going to find out who the fantasy manager winner for that day is. And then we're also going to keep track of that. It's going to reset every day. So every day you build a new team, and whoever has the most points at the end is going to be the PGF fantasy champion.
I love it. So not just opportunities for the guys competing, opportunities to compete for you, the fans. So get involved with it. We got a lot more coming at you from this desk. We'll get it back up to you, TJ, running the show up the boss table.
Jason, appreciate it. We are proceeding with our draft here tonight. It is the start of Season 7 of PGF World, and excited to have both Egghead and Jason here. I think Jason's going to watch so much jiu-jitsu this week in Las Vegas that he's going to go back to Florida and probably tap out his brother, John.
I hope so. I hope it goes down like that. Yeah. We need our Anik to be the champion.
Yeah.
So
let's do it. All right. You ready to take a quick break, come back, and kick off this draft?
I'm ready, dude. Let's get this thing going.
All right.
I'm anxious, man. I'm really ready to get started.
All right. PGF World Season 7 starts the draft right after this. Live from Las Vegas, you're watching PGF.
10,000 hours is a steep mountain to climb to become a master, especially when the task at hand puts a relentless demand on your body. There's nothing casual about this sport. It's all in, all effort, all focus. It takes a lot from you, but the reward is unmatched. Mastery of oneself, an acute understanding of your weaknesses with an explosive sense of your strengths. Being able to complete the climb to mastery requires the proper nutrition. This is why it's important to take in a potent blend of electrolytes that is in tune with your output and brings strength to your goals. This potent blend is only found in Salt Electrolytes. Salt targets your depleted electrolyte levels with a boost of hydration and health. It gives your body the baseline recovery it needs.
The Door Traffic Miner is a simple way to earn crypto. There are 3 easy steps. Step 1, buy a DTM. Step 2, place it in a doorway at a home or business. Step 3, collect rewards in crypto for the data you provide. Join the revolution of datapreneurs mining real-time foot traffic data around the world.
Brought to you by Door Technologies, made possible by Constellations Network.
New hope is there for fighters and their families. You are not your diagnosis. New hope is changing the fight game. Heal faster, fight harder, compete for longer. New Hope Regeneration. Hope lives here.
Jiu-Jitsu is more than just a sport. It's a lifestyle. It's about community, love, and respect. And that's exactly what Epic Roll stands for. When you wear Epic Roll, you're part of something bigger, a global tribe of grapplers that are all connected from their love of the sport. Our gear was created by black belts who know exactly how important comfort and durability are when it comes to your training gear. We know once you try Epic Roll, you'll see exactly what the hype is all about. Don't just do it.
Welcome to the PGF world, where the art of jiu-jitsu meets the thrill of competition. The returning warriors are here to reclaim their thrones. Multiple-time PGF world champion Elijah Carlton, Season 5 runner-up Kamoy Anderson, PGF veterans Travis Thomas, Fedor Nikolov, Cam Hurd, and more. All back and ready to leave their mark in Season 7. And don't forget the top scorer from Season 6, Davis Asare, is hungry for more. But this season begins a new weight class. 205 pounds brings new athletes to the PGF proving grounds. Ryan Aiken, CJJ champion, ADCC veteran, looks to prove why he deserves PGF gold. IBJJF silver medalist and CJI veteran Adam Bradley joins the fray. And ADCC, CJI, and EBI veteran Kyle Boehm booked his ticket in the Nashville qualifier. And we can't forget about Jiu-Jitsu standouts Kyle Chambers and Paul Ardea. These athletes are ready to shake up the league and leave their marks in the PGF history books. It all goes down in Las Vegas, the fight capital of the world, starting November 3rd. The world's first professional grappling league, PGF World. It's everything you love about sports, plus jiu-jitsu.
We're back here in Las Vegas, the site of PGF World Season 7. BMAC, any final thoughts before we get the official season started with this draft?
I think I guess just my final thought is I just want to say thank you so much to everybody that's been watching this and supporting the PGF and what we're trying to do. It's really important to me to have your support, to have the love that everybody in the community has been putting into it. And I hope you guys have as much fun with this as we're about to have, because I think the draft is one of the coolest parts.
A year ago, we were in a small church in Alabama, and now we're at a place in Las Vegas. I can't even tell you the secret location. It's so hard to get into. So,
yeah, my life's getting weird, dude.
You've always been weird, but now your life matches. All right, time to kick off our draft. Standing by to welcome our first athlete to the block. It's Bobby, both of them, Stephen Aiken.
Welcome, everybody, to the Season 7 draft from the Professional Grappling Federation. This is the first step towards $100,000 and the first move in the making of legends. This season, every grappler's journey begins tonight. The first athlete up is four-time ADCC Trials champion and contender for the most handsome grappler in the PGF, Paul Ardea. Paul, it's great to have you here, man. Come on over here a little bit closer. Tell these guys why they should pick you for their team.
Well, I mean, I win a lot. I'm a submission hunter. I can't remember the last time I lost by submission. Pretty much the only time that I've taken any else is just kind of points. That's pretty much it, man. I'm here to win. Whoever I end up with, that's pretty much it. I mean, we're going to win. So.
Are you going to finish number one at the end of the season?
Oh, yeah, man. Of course. Why would I say anything else, man?
I love it, Paul. I love it. Have a seat, man. We're going to get this thing started. Okay, coaches, we're going to get the bidding started for Paul at $100. Does anybody have $100 for Paul? $200. $500. $600 for Constellation. $800 for First Forum. $900 for New Hope Regeneration. That's what I'm talking about. This man's worth at least $1,500. Pretty easy.
Gracie coming with 15.
Y'all got a lot of money left. You heard it from him himself. He's going to kill people. He doesn't get beat. They can't outpoint him here. What's the number? Egghead?
1,500.
1,500 going once. 2,000.
Oh, Pedro out of
2,000
nowhere.
New Hope Regeneration. How bad y'all want it? 2,200. First form coming strong. 2,200. They said 22. We need at least 23. 23. 23. So we need 25. We need 25 from you. You guys are out once. Anybody else? Twice? Nope. Sold. 24. First form. Congratulations.
Hodger Gracie getting Paul Ardea, our first athlete signed up on his team. First off, I like the athletes selling themselves to the coaches, and maybe he added some value, BMAC, because slowly but surely that price kept creeping up.
Yeah, I think that's a great pick, man. Paul, absolutely one of the, I don't want to reveal who I thought were the best guys, but he's definitely one of my top 3 guys. So I would have spent quite a bit of my budget to make sure that I landed Paul on my team. That's a great choice. That went for $2,500. Is that right?
Yeah.
$2,500 to Hodger. That's awesome.
Big money getting spent early for Paul Ardea as he is the first man drafted here. And you can see some highlights of him. He says he's a submission hunter, doesn't lose by anything but points. No points here at PGF, so we'll see how he fares. And again, he's the first player drafted here on Season 7, Paul Ardea. Now he's standing by with Alex Wendling. Let's check in with Alex.
Standing by with the 4-time ADCC qualifier, and now the man bidded by Hodger Gracie for 2,400 points. I mean, how you feel after that?
I feel pretty good. I mean, to be in a team with Hurd is the greatest of all time. Can't really say that I end up in a team that I didn't want to be in. So, no, I feel great. Pretty much what I said when I was talking to Steven is what I mean. Any team that I was going to be a part of is the team that's going to win. So I'm excited to see who's next and who else joins this team.
And you are the #1 ranked guy. Do you feel like when people go against you, they might be holding back and being a little protective? And how do you plan on really imposing your game on them?
I mean, the good thing about this rule set is that it's only 6 minutes. So pretty much for 6 minutes, I can just throw everything I got and hope to catch something and rip it if it ends up in there. If I get a choke, I'll throw everything in there too. So.
Well, we can't wait to see it, Paul. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks, Alex. Paul Ardea now finds himself on Hodger Gracie's first form team. $2,400 was the price tag, and of course, he's trying to cash in on some money of his own. That would be the $100,000 prize.
Yeah, and I think that Paul and Hodger together is a great, that's a great mix. They're going to speak the same language in a lot of ways, like similar personalities in a lot of ways. They're gonna vibe together this week. I think that's a really good fit for Paul.
And we saw
semifinalist from the Craig Jones Invitational, silver medalist at the ADCC West Coast Trials. Should have been a gold. It should have been gold. You can ask anybody. No, it's not.
Kamoy is next.
That's not the order I have.
Kamoy's up #2, I'm pretty sure.
Are you sure?
Yep. It's Kamoy.
You guys gave me the wrong order.
Kamoy is up next. There's Kamoy right there.
We'll get Stephen Aiken a proper list, but let's get Kamoy up to the stage.
Wow. Okay, I see what happened, though. Next up, rated R, PGF veteran, multiple times, Kamoy Anderson.
PGF finalist, Kamoy Anderson making the walk. He's the main character in his journey this season.
Kamoy, welcome back to the PGF. Let me get this chair slid up here, man. It's pretty obvious to me, but can you tell these people why they should pick you for their team?
I feel like you guys should pick me because I'm a guy. First of all, I'm a PGF veteran. I've been through most of the seasons already. I'm coming out here looking to submit, looking to do it in the best fashion ever. I feel like I'm a guy that's gonna put on a show. I'm a guy that's gonna talk when I'm on the mic, and I'm always gonna try to do my best to make things exciting. That's it.
All right, Kamoy, we'll let you sit right here. We'll open up the bidding at 100. Does anybody have 100 for Kamoy? First, we had 100 here. 200. 300. And you got 4? 400. You got 5? 5? 6? 8? 10? 11? 7? Okay, 7. You got 8? They're at 8. 900. 900 for New Hope Regeneration. You guys got 1,000? 1,000. Constellations at 1,000. 1,100. No. Once. Twice. 1,000. Constellation. Kamoy Anderson, congratulations. Sign that.
Kamoy Anderson on his way to Dean Lister's Constellation Network team. He brought up that he's a veteran and a finalist here at PGF. And, you know, that's something I think that we can't, you know, value enough is experience. When you've gone through the process and you're familiar with what PGF asks of you in a season, you're all that much better off, and he can impart that wisdom upon his teammates.
Yeah, Kamoy is not just a veteran. He was a finalist at Season 5. He went all the way to the playoff final at Season 5. He was a coach during Season 4. We brought him in. We had the smaller athletes during Season 4, and so I brought in somebody that I knew would be a good coach for them and would understand the process that they were having to go through. And so not only is Kamoy a two-time PGF veteran, not only is he a finalist, not only is he a coach, he's a guy who's got a ton of experience in this rule set, and he's a guy who really brings a ton of submission-only focused experience to the table. So good pickup and a pretty good price.
Absolutely. $1,000.
$1,000.
All right. Now Kamoy is standing by with our Alex Wendling.
Here with Kamoy Anderson, and man, you just got picked up. How do you think the experience you have with PGF in previous seasons is going to help with this upcoming season?
I think it's going to help a lot, man. Like, a lot of guys, they thinking they about to come here do a regular jiu-jitsu tournament, but there's a lot that goes into it. Like, you got to be prepared with your body and mentally. Yeah, I feel like my experience will play a big part.
It's definitely going to be a gauntlet. And we have Dean Lister as your coach, who's in here with a black eye. He looks like he just went into war as well. So what's it like going to be on his team?
Out of all the coaches, Dean was one of the coaches that I've known for a while. Like, when I started watching, like, jiu-jitsu and UFC, he was one of the guys that was at the front of the line that, you know, and I met him a few times in San Diego. So he's one of those. And from the last season, he was one of the coaches that I like how he engaged with the team, so I'm really happy with that.
And you're so soft-spoken now. Are we going to get any rated R dramatic Kamoy out here?
Oh, absolutely. It's coming. It is coming.
We cannot wait to see that action. Kamoy Anderson, he is on Team Dean Lister. Congratulations. Can't wait to see you put in work.
Thanks, Alex. Kamoy Anderson now finds himself on Dean Lister's Constellation Network team, and he fits right in. A bigger athlete, 205 pounds. He's definitely a big guy, and yeah, I mean, he can stand next to the assistant coach, the incredible Hulk incarnate, Bobby Maximus. Dean Lister's pretty big too. Like they're big guys over there. Kamoy fits right in.
Yeah, he fits right in, and what that selection does, they got him for $1,000. That puts him in a great position to have a lot of budget left to spend as they move through the rest of the draft. So let's see how this first couple of rounds plays out with the random draft. I mean, there's a lot of strategy that's going to be involved, especially considering some of the bangers are like at the end of the draft order.
Yeah. All right. Our night continues here in Las Vegas. Time for our next athlete to come up to the block. We go back to Stephen Aiken.
All right, we're ready for our third athlete to come up to the table. This athlete is a Season 5 standout, very renowned grappler. Also competed for the Handsome title one time in his career. The Mantis, Travis Thomas. Travis, glad to have you back, man. Tell these guys why they should pick you for their team.
Yeah, I think I'm somewhat of an unknown guy, and I'm going to come out and show out. You've seen it on Season 5. I had 9 out of 12 submissions, so if you get me on your team, I'm going to be super excited, and I'm always going to hunt for the submission.
How many kills this season?
I'm going for 12. I know that's crazy, but that's what we're going for.
Hey, I look forward to it, Travis. Let's get you started. All right, guys, we're going to start the bidding at 100 for Travis. Anyone? 100? We have 100. Anybody got 200? 200. Got 2, 3? 300? 4? 500? 6? Okay, we need 6. We got 7. I need 7. We need 7 from you guys. You got 7? Okay. You guys got 8? Okay. Okay. Got Team New Hope with 800. Was that 900? 1,000 for first form. Hydra Gracie. Pedro Sauer, New Hope Regeneration. Is that 1,100? 1,100. Okay, we need 12. 1,200. Hydra Gracie, first form. 1,500. That's what I'm talking about. This dude's gonna score points for sure. Intrana, is that we need 16? Okay. He's not even gonna let me finish talking. First form's at 16, so I need 17 from somebody. 17. That's what I'm talking about. Constellation's in at 17. You guys got 18? 18. First form's at 18. 19? 1,900. 2,000? You got it. It's in the budget, Matt. You know it. 19. So you got 2,000, 21, 20, 22, 25. Just go ahead and wrap it up. Highest point scorer in your season? During the regular season, without the team points, he scored more than anybody else if you didn't add any other team points?
More than Elijah Carlton.
More than Elijah Carlton. That's got to be worth at least 22. 22. You guys got 23? 2,300. New Hope Regeneration. First form. You got 24. You got it. Don't look at me like that. 2,400. That's what I'm talking about. 25. 25. All right. New Hope Regeneration's at 25. 26. Once. Twice. 2,500 sold to Pedro Sauer's team, New Hope Regeneration. Congratulations.
Mantis, Travis Thomas landing on New Hope Regeneration. His coach, Pedro Sauer, doling out the bucks. B-Mac, it seemed like we were going to see Travis Thomas go for low, and it was kind of slowly but surely getting higher and higher. And, yeah, a lot of money put down for not only a guy with a lot of experience, but a lot of submissions here in this platform.
A lot of experience in the PGF format, but Travis really kind of an unknown in a lot of circles. He hasn't really hit that next level as far as like competitions outside of the PGF. He's beaten a lot of really good guys. He's at that level, but a lot of people don't know it yet. And so I think at $2,500, that's about the price that I sort of expected for Travis to go at. Listen, this kid's a winner. He's only been doing jiu-jitsu for about 3.5 years, but he's been literally tapping black belts in competition since before he got his blue belt. He was a white belt beating black belts in competition. It's pretty crazy.
Season 5 was all about a rivalry between Travis Thomas and Elijah Carlton. We didn't get the match then, and they might still end up on the same team potentially, but he was kind of, throwing that jab out there.
Yeah, he threw it out there. I actually hope that we get to see that match this season. I think that that's something that the people are really going to like.
All right, we'll find out if it happens. Our season kicking off tomorrow, but right now, Travis Thomas standing by with Alex.
Travis Thomas, $2,500. The coaches were talking all over each other, interrupting to try to get their bid on you. What was your feelings when they were doing that?
Man, it feels super good to be wanted on a team. It's super awesome to be on Team New Hope. Me and New Hope have done a lot of things together. Just happy to be out here and put on a performance this week.
Yes, New Hope Regeneration, providing stem cells to the winning team for Season 7. You've also competed on PGF in past seasons, and you have had many submissions, never the same submission. So what could you say about the diversity and your arsenal when it comes to submission games that you're looking to showcase for this season?
Yeah, I like to just be an all-around player. I'm not looking for one single submission. I like to play the game wherever you bring it and just bring it to them.
We can't wait to see what you do this season. Congrats, Travis.
Travis Thomas, now a part of New Hope Regeneration. And did I hear you right? Just 3 years and some change in jiu-jitsu?
Yeah, about 3.5 years.
That's crazy.
Yeah, one of the most talented athletes that I've ever seen step onto the jiu-jitsu match. As far as just like raw talent, and then he's got an incredible work ethic on top of it. Travis is going to do some real damage. He's one of my dark horses to really make a lot of noise this season.
All right, time for us to make some more noise in our draft. Our final pick of the first round, ready to hit the block. We go back to Stephen Aiken.
All right, our last athlete of the first round coming up. Season 1 PGF champion. PGF Season 2 runner-up. PGF Season 3 regular season champion. PGF Season 5 champion. He made the playoffs last season. He's the most decorated athlete in PGF history. The jabroni, Elijah Carlton.
This man needs no introduction, despite Stephen Aiken's long one, because he's just trying to get through the accolades. It's the jabroni.
So many accolades for this guy, and I hate having to say it every time, honestly, but they just keep stacking up and stacking up. I mean, besides the obvious, is there any reason these guys should pick you?
I woke up the other morning and saw this video on Facebook PGF had posted, and it was like Kyle Bame and Andre Porforio talking about they're going to hurt people and send people to the hospital or something like that. And honestly, I'm just trying to weasel my way onto one of their teams, not go to the hospital, make some money. So
dragging me over here, man. Stay tight.
Get me on your team.
I agree.
Their team.
I would take you on my team if I was a coach, too. I'd put a heavy budget down. So we technically got to start this bidding at 100, but I feel like, I mean, go ahead and show what you want for this guy, but we'll start the bidding at 100. Anybody? Just 100? Okay, just 100. 200? 200? 300? Okay, 400 for first form. Can I just go ahead and ask for 1,000, please, from somebody? Anybody? Nobody wants to go 1,000? 1,000. Thank you. It's worth it. Entrana at 1,000. I need 1,100 at least now. 1,100. Thank you. Dean Lister and Constellation 12. Okay. They had 13 first. You got 14 first form. First form is at 14. 15. Okay. 16. First form's at 17. I need 2,000. Thank you. 2,000 for Constellation. 2,100 in Entrana. 22. Okay. Constellation's at 22. I need 23. 25. Okay. Constellation's at 25. 26 for Entrana. 27. I need 27. 27. First form's at 27. No, sorry. 28 for Entrana. That was Constellation, though, not for first form. You guys got 28? You guys got 3,000? 3,000. Okay, 31. They look like they're going to keep going. You might be able to dump them higher just to break the budget. The most decorated athlete in the history. 20. What were we at right here? Egg?
3,000.
3,000. I need 31 going once. 31 twice. 3,100. I need 32. 32. Entrana's at 32. You guys got 33. Shaking their heads a little bit. Going once. Twice. 3,200. 3,200 sold. Elijah Carlton for Entrana.
Elijah Carlton going to Team Entrana, $3,200. And B-Mac the Jabroni was telling Stephen Aiken, hey, stop trying to drive up the price. I want my team to still have payroll.
Yeah, well, that happened to PJ last year during the draft. Like, they spent so much money on him that they sort of weren't able to put together the full team that they wanted. And so Elijah was like, no, I don't want that to happen to me. So, man, that just goes to show you that anybody that's paying attention to the PGF knows that Elijah is good for points. He finds a way, like, Egghead always says, never bet against Elijah Carlton in the PGF format. And I think people sleep on him because they don't see him in other formats. He doesn't really go and compete in other formats. He just likes coming out here and doing the PGF. But every time he shows up, he's money. He's guaranteed to deliver action. He's guaranteed to deliver results. And I think 3,200 is not a crazy price for Elijah, especially right there in the first round. And you saw, you had two really intelligent coaches in Dean Lister and Carlos Machado going back and forth on him, just pushing that price up.
Yep, now the Jabroni standing by with our Alex Wendling.
Standing by with the Jabroni himself. And you're not wearing your Keep Jiu-Jitsu gay shirt, so I don't recognize you right now.
Shout out to my sponsors, Pro Pen Sports, Tree City Solvent. That's keeping me high as fuck all the time. Let's go.
They just bid $3,200 for you, and in the last season, you said that you want to keep it low when it comes to you, so you have more to spend. But what is your reaction when they just spent $3,200 on you?
I mean, I'd spend $3,200 on me.
Definitely the most experience.
For sure.
So how are you going to take that experience into PGF 7?
Same way I always do.
Bringing that action. Thank you so much, Jabroni. $3,200.
Big name, big personality, big results. Elijah Carlton wrapping up the first round as he lands on Team Entrana. We talk about big personality, big results in the past. Not the biggest guy, though, at 205 pounds. You worried about his size against some of the bigger athletes?
Yeah, a couple of things you notice about Elijah coming in. He might be a little smaller even than he was last season. Like, he's around that same size, so he's a lot smaller than some of these other guys. But Elijah competed in season 2 at 225 pounds.
Wow.
And he finished second. The only match he lost was to Hunter Colvin, who was the champion in season 2. Another thing that I'm picking up off of Elijah, and you tell me, TJ, season 6, Elijah, that was salty Elijah. That was full heel Elijah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm almost getting like a baby face turn kind of feel off of
Happy
Elijah
to be
right
here,
now.
Elijah.
Yeah, what's going on?
I mean, it's Elijah Carlton. He can do whatever he wants. It might be gamesmanship. If anyone knows how to play the game, it's Elijah Carlton, and we see him go here in our first round. You can see the money spent there, and it's all about analysis here throughout our draft, because the strategy does really start here with the players drafted and how much money they are spending. And it makes me think we should probably check in with the man with the 20-pound brain. Egghead is standing by in the fantasy corner with Jason Anik. Let's go to them and get your guys' thoughts on our first round of this draft in the books. Guys, take it away.
Oh, a lot of heat in round one. And I'll say, TJ, I think you'll see that full heel Elijah Carlton when the competition begins tomorrow. I'll ask you, Egghead, I know you're very high on Paul Ardea. And really, in the top first 4 picks in this, it is a random draft, but a couple guys going for more than him. 2,500 for Travis Thomas and 32 for Elijah Carlton. That surprise you at all?
I mean, we're in Las Vegas, a gambling place. I would have bet a lot of money against that happening. Paul Ardea, 4-time ADCC qualifier winner. I mean, that's winning qualifiers for almost a decade. I mean, he's that good. And it's very surprising he went for 2,400. First former in Hodger Gracie making a steal there. But also, the other three is kind of interesting is that they are all PGF Season 5 veterans. They all faced each other. And in that season, Elijah Carlton was victorious, but he went for 3,200, whereas Kamoy only went for 1,000. He was the runner-up. He actually beat Travis Thomas in the semifinals of the playoffs to get to that finale. Kamoy only got submitted once, and that was in that finale match. And Dean Lister just got 1,000. He is in a commanding position. But another great thing to think about is there's a very good chance we're going to see all these guys go against each other in the season.
Yeah, gotta love it when four coaches each with one out of the first round, nice and clean. Moving on here.
Thanks, guys. Having this fantasy corner, BMAC, I really enjoy the fact that we can get that analysis. We had Egg in our broadcast booth last year. Now we're letting the man crunch the numbers and do his thing over there. We're going to get, I think, next level insight from the man they call Egghead.
It's some next level eggery. Is that a word?
Can you say that on TV?
Oh, you can say it.
Okay. I mean, I like it for breakfast. Apparently, I like it for PGF as well.
Of course you do, TJ.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. You ready to start round 2?
I'm ready.
All right, round 2 of our draft here, kicking off PGF Season 7. It continues right now. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And now, the athlete who should have been a gold medalist at West Coast Trials in 2024. He's so good that I just wanted to announce him twice. The one, Adam Bradley.
Adam Bradley making the walk. Stylish
Nice
Adam
too.
Bradley.
It's got to matter. It's got to matter. Adam, great to have you, man. Tell these guys why they should pick you and put you on their team.
I think that's easy. I'm probably one of the best guys in this room, so I'm looking forward to showing that and submitting as many people as possible. I've been in the game for a long time. I'm really well-rounded, and basically better everywhere. So let's do it.
You see yourself as number 1 at the end of this week?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, he says. Let's go ahead and get this thing started then. Okay, coaches, we're going to go ahead and open up at 100 for Adam Bradley. Has anybody got 100? 100. Constellation's got 100. I need 2 at least. 200. 200 for first form. Hodger Gracie. I need 3. 300. 300. You guys got 500? Okay, we got 500 for Pedro Sauer, New Hope Regeneration. 6. Anybody got 6? 600 for first form. I need 700. 700. New Heart Regeneration's at 7. I need 800. Not in Toronto. Not interested right now. Nope. Okay. Just asking. 800 over here. First form's at 800. I need 900. You guys are out. Once. You're at 9. I need 1,000. Twice. 900 for Adam Bradley. Sold. First form. Wow. Incredible. I think that's a good deal. Here's 7.
Adam Bradley getting signed to first form. Hodger Gracie's team, the first team to have 2 representatives drafted. BMAC, your thoughts on Adam Bradley going to first form?
What was that final price on Bradley?
That's a great question.
900.
900. He went for only 900. That's kind of crazy to me. Like, that almost doesn't, not almost, that doesn't make any sense. I can't believe he went for that little. Like, that's a very interesting strategy. Hodger and First Form, they pretty much stole one of everybody's favorites in the draft. So that makes me wonder, what do the coaches see in his game that made them like stay out? Like, they're waiting on some of the other players, but Adam's one of the highest, like Adam said, he's one of the highest rated guys in this entire roster. So that's very interesting.
Well, I mean, the random draft order, I think, plays a big factor here because
sure.
you want to be aggressive, but you don't want to be too aggressive, especially when you got guys like Ryan Aiken in the last spot in our draft. So you want to try to save money, but sometimes you overthink things and, you know, all of a sudden you miss out on one of the key players of the season. Well,
If you're going to be aggressive, though, Adam Bradley's a good time to be aggressive.
Right, yeah. Well, we'll see if that remains to be true when the season starts tomorrow. But right now, Adam Bradley standing by with Alex Wendling.
Standing by with CJI semifinalist Adam Bradley. You're chosen on the team of Hodger Gracie for First Form. What was your reaction when you got picked by that team?
I'm super stoked with the pick, and I'm glad I sold for really cheap, so I'm ready to win it. Let's go.
And now you're teammates with Paul Ardea. What is your mindset going in? I mean, that's 2 top picks right there.
No, that team's already super stacked. I'm actually really psyched about that. He's very, very good, so I'm excited to be on the same team with him, and then we'll see how this goes.
And you are such a vet, but this will be the first time you're doing a tournament like this that is such a gauntlet. What is your bigger priority, winning the team event or making it into the playoffs?
All I can really control is my own performance. So yeah, just focused on getting as many submissions as possible, which hopefully helps my team win and gets me into the playoffs.
We can't wait to see it. Congrats, Adam.
Thanks, Alex. Adam Bradley, now a member of First Form. It is draft night here at PGF World Season 7 in Las Vegas. Our second round underway. Time for the next athlete to hit the block. We go back to Stephen Aiken.
Our next grappler up to the table will be last season's regular season points champion, Mr. Davis Asare. There he is. I was wondering, he's hiding. Man. It's great to have you back, Davis. Besides all the darces and chokes that you're going to get on people, what's a good reason these guys should put you on their team?
So, honestly, I don't want to be wanted. I just want to win right now, so please be nice with the spending.
Okay. He wants to be wanted, but only for a little bit. Somebody got a little bit for Davis? Let's say 100. 100? Okay. 2? Okay, we got 200. Entrana's at 200. I need 300. 500 at First Form. 6 for Entrana. 700. Constellation. 8 for Entrana. 1,000 First Form. You guys got 11. 1,200. 1,300. Constellation's at 13. 1,500 for Entrana. 16. 16 First Form. 17 Entrana. 18 First Form. 19 Entrana. 20 First Form. 21 Entrana. 22, so I can say a different name, Constellation. 23 is Entrana. 24. 24. 25. 24. You guys got it? You guys got it at 23? 24. First Form's got 24. 25 for Entrana. Jesus. 26, First Form. 27. 28, First Form. 29, 3, can somebody say 3 then? Let's just go ahead and say it. It's right there. Yeah. 3,000, First Form. 31, I knew it. 32. Davis, are you excited?
Nope.
He's loving this. 32. Going once. 31. Going. We need 32. Nobody? Twice? 3 times. 31. Sold. Entrana.
Davis
Congratulations.
Asare, landing on Team Entrana. He was the overall season points winner last season, and now he finds himself back for Season 7. No surprise that he goes for big money, but he was sort of downplaying it again. All of these athletes, you know, more and more familiar with this PGF format, they'd rather kind of be bargain deals and steals so they can get more talent on their team, and Davis is following in kind with almost underselling himself a little bit.
And he went for 3,100, right?
Yep.
That was the price on him. Now check this out. Carlos Machado has 2 of last season's $100,000 winners on his team. So he opens up with 2 guys who already know how to win and win under that big pressure here in the PGF format. Great pickup, but got to keep our eye on this. Carlos and Entrana have spent a lot of money so far. $3,200 to Elijah, $3,100 for Davis. I think they're hoping to pick up some people at a bargain through some of the middle rounds.
If my math is correct, that's 63% of their team allotment.
Oh, I don't do that, TJ.
Math?
I
You don't do math?
graduated from Alabama public school.
You
so
graduated?
that's a fair question.
All right. Alex Wendling standing by with Davis Asare.
Luckily for you guys, I'm the Asian on the team, and that is 6,300 points spent by Carlos Machado for Team Entrana. And you wanted them to keep it low, but they couldn't resist. But now you're teaming up with someone that you won last year with, Elijah Carlton. So are you guys going to be bringing that winning energy to this team?
I suggest bringing the dream team back. So please try to collect all the old partners I had so we can try to recreate what we did last time. That would be pretty nice.
So that's Nathan Haddad. I know David Evers. We don't have Quadzilla here this time, but it was a great memories that you guys had getting that New Hope regeneration stem cells as well. So how was that process for you?
It was nice with the regeneration stem cells. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to actually do that one yet. Maybe, hopefully I have that opportunity still, even though we're over to the next season, but I would really like to try that, yeah.
Yes, Kevin is very sweet. I'm sure he will hook you up. You are a rightful winner, and now we're looking ahead to Season 7. You were the lead scorer of the regular season last season. Do you plan to do the same thing this season?
Yeah, obviously I'm going to try to perform as best as I can and trying to get as much submission as possible, but again, I truly believe like the team coherent is very important. So it's not only me, but having a good, solid chemistry is very well. So bring back the dream team, Chicago Bulls, try to recreate. Let's go.
We love that camaraderie. We can't wait to see it. Davis Asare on Team Entrana.
Thanks, Alex, for the interview and the math skills as well. Davis Asare going for big money in Entrana. They're not afraid to spend that proverbial cash here in the draft.
Yeah. I love Davis Asare. I just don't see how you can not like Davis. I don't know if that's updated or not. I got 9,000 left for Constellation. I got 3,700 left for Entrana. I got 7,500 left for New Hope, and I got 66 left for First Form. Like I said, man, Entrana, they're spending the money. They're coming out spending.
And our spending spree continues. It is draft night here in Las Vegas for PGF World Season 7. Powered by Once Upon a Coconut, we go back to the block with Stephen Aiken.
All right, our next athlete coming up is a Season 7 qualifier winner from Austin, Texas, Sebastian Attard. Sebastian, it's great to have you here. We spoke a little bit in the lobby of the hotel. You told me some really bad things you were going to do to guys. Do you want to tell these guys why they should put you on your team?
I mean, it's all lies. I'm not that good. You know, keep the price low, keep money for the good guys, but I'm a good asset in the back of your pocket. So, you know, don't worry about me, guys. I'm just here to play.
So you lied to me?
I don't lie to anyone.
Okay. All right, let's just have a seat then. All right, we'll start for Sebastian at 100. Has anybody got 100? 100? Okay, we got 100 for Constellation. 200. 200 for New Hope Regeneration. 300. Constellation's at 3. We're at 4. Okay. 400 for New Hope. 500 Entrana. 6. 7. Okay, we got 700 for New Hope. I got 800. You got 800. They're out. You got 800. Okay. Constellation's got 8. 900. Okay. New Hope's got 9. You got 1,000. Okay. Constellation's got 1,000. First Form, y'all got anything? No? 1,000? They have 1,000. We need 1,100. We need 11, right? I need 1,100. 1,100. I need 12 from you guys now. 1,200. Got it. 13? Nope. Once. 1,200. I need 13 twice. Nobody? Okay. 1,200 sold. Sebastian Attard. Sign right here. Going to Constellation. Coach Dean Lister.
Dean Lister and Constellation Network getting Sebastian Attard. Looking at all the athletes here, we've seen some familiar faces, a lot of new faces as well. And some of these athletes got here by way of a qualifier, BMAC. And yeah, I think momentum is on their side. The winners of the qualifiers, they earned their way here, and they know they belong because they actually beat people to get here.
Yeah, and Sebastian was a lot of fun at the qualifier. There's a little footage of him winning a match at the Austin qualifier, and you get, I mean, this kid's a finisher. What I like the most about him, he's got a great personality. He's super fun to watch. He's super fun to listen to. I think he's going to create a lot of good moments. He's going to be one of the better characters, I think, that we have out of this season.
All right, let's get to know him a little bit more as Sebastian is standing by with Alex.
At Hurd, and you just got chosen. Your teammates now with Kamoy Anderson, with Coach Dean Lister, and you were a qualifier winner. So has the anticipation been leading up to this moment for you?
Yeah, it's been a pretty crazy experience. 1,200 is a bit too much for me, but I'm going to do my best to make that investment worth it. You know, I was thinking $400 at max, so I'm going to put in 3 times the effort now.
I think you're just very, very humble. When it comes to the strategy, you know, kills are 6 points, joint breaks are only 3. Are you looking at this season in a different mindset?
I'm looking at the season in the way of I'm just trying to win the whole thing. So if it's worth 6 points, I'm going to go for it. And if I can't, 3 points is good as well.
We can't wait to see it. Congrats, Sebastian.
Thanks, Alex. Sebastian Attard, now a part of Constellation Network. He is on the team of Dean Lister along with Kamoy Anderson. You like that two-headed approach thus far with Kamoy and Sebastian being teammates?
Well, I'll tell you what I really like about Dean's approach is he's still got a ton of his budget left. He only spent $2,200 so far on his first 2 athletes, so he's going to have a lot of budget left to make some big plays. I think they're kind of laying back. Everybody's trying to stay back and make a play for Bame and Chambers and Aiken. Good strategy. But, you know, in Toronto, they may not even be in position to make a play for one of those guys. They're going after their heavy hitters early.
I'm sitting here behind all of the coaches, and I'm wincing every time you start talking about analytics because I don't want one of them to be upset with you giving away their trade secrets.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what these coaches are actually thinking. I talked to them a little bit. I know some of the athletes they were looking for, but as far as, like, actual strategy, I'm not 100% sure which way these guys are all trying to go, so...
Well, it's draft night in Las Vegas, and you have to expect the unexpected. What's going to happen next? We'll find out. Time for us to go back to the block with Stephen Aiken.
Our next grappler coming up, CJJ World's 2003 runner-up, one of the most prolific submission artists out there right now, Kyle Chambers.
This should be interesting.
Kyle, it's so good to have you here, man. I've talked about it with people lots of times. Somebody with your style is going to do phenomenal in the PGF rule set, I think. How do you feel going into this, and why should these guys pick you?
Actually, I'm not that good at all. I think I don't even know why I got an invite, so I'm just going to be a support character. So, you know, I'm just going to be here just to shake hands and pass out waters.
You guys are a bunch of liars. Sit down. These guys are great. I think you guys should go ahead and bid up for Kyle, but he would say otherwise. Submits lots of people lots of ways. A lot of joint locks. Got good chokes. I've rolled with him lots of times. I can testify if you need that. Anybody got 100 for Kyle? 100 for first form. 2, anybody? First form's at 100, I need 200. 200. New Hope's at 200, 300 first form. 400, New Hope. 500 first form. 600, New Hope. 7 first forms. 8, okay. 900, 1,000. No? Sure? It's worth it. 900 once. Nobody else?
No way.
Twice? 900 going to first form. Sold Kyle Chambers to first form. 900.
That's a big pickup for first form. I think that's a big pickup for first form. Man, if you would have let me pick a team, that's one of the guys I would have been going after. He's a point scorer. And now, generally speaking, he's a guy who scores breaks. He's a leg locker. He's one of the best leg lockers in the world at this weight class for sure. And, I mean, here's some footage of him. That was a tournament that we went to in Mexico, and I got to call his matches there, and he was unbelievable. Absolutely incredible. Only going for, was it $900?
$900, yeah.
$900. So, man, they picked up, first form picked up Paul for $25.
Right.
Adam Bradley for $9. Kyle Chambers for $9. And they've got a ton of budget left for their last 2 guys. They are set up to have a killer squad of 5. that first form team is shaping up really sharp. That's crazy. I would have definitely picked Kyle. He goes leg locks, but I think this is the kind of season where you're gonna need to score where you can. You know what I mean? Man, that is crazy. I can't believe that.
Yeah, he's got a great style for anyone who was going to draft him in first form. Did that, and he's got a great style off the mat as well. Like one of the most fresh dressed guys here. Yeah, I like it. That hat, it's good. But what do I know about style? I can't really talk about it.
That's true.
Maybe Alex can. She's standing by with Kyle Chambers.
First form with the steal, 900 points. I think it was you underselling yourself that did it. They were like, oh, we don't need this guy.
I guess that's like kind of the plan. You want to have the best opportunity to win. You should want to have some killers on your team, but also not really sell yourself. You want to kind of be a mystery until it actually matters.
Yes, but your skill set is definitely not a mystery, and now you're going to be doubling that up with Adam Bradley and Paul Ardea on a team GOAT with Hajar Gracie in first form. So how does it feel knowing that you have a pretty good squad on your back right now?
Absolutely. It's great to be around other like-minded individuals and just be around other people that got the same mentality. They're all grinders. Me and Adam did a reality show. We were on opposite teams. It was actually good to be on the same team this time. But, yeah, we're all hungry, and I'm just excited to put on a show.
And you are representing 10th Planet San Diego. What kind of funky stuff can we expect out of you?
We have that breakdancing kind of style, inverted, very funky, very unorthodox. But, we're all submission hunters. We're all freaks that we say. We freaks don't sleep, so we're going to go for that kill and show our style.
And your teammate Keith Krikorian gave me a really spicy interview the other day. When he got a little angry, he got a little mean. Are we going to see Kyle Chambers getting a little angry and mean out there?
No, always calm and collected, very precise. Just always a sniper going for that kill.
We love it. Congrats, Kyle. Can't wait to see it.
Thanks, Alex. Kyle Chambers now a part of Hajar Gracie's first form. He rounds out the second round of our draft. Please tell us what you're thinking about tonight's proceedings online. Use the hashtag PGF7. BMAC, your thoughts thus far on how the draft is shaping up?
I mean, I'm loving this first form team right now. For my money, that team they're playing it perfectly. They got Paul for 25. They got, and maybe 24. I think Egg is gonna yell at me because maybe he went for 24, but he'll give us a correction over there in just
24.
a second. Oh, I got an Anik chiming in already over there. So 24. I'll make that correction in a second. Bradley for 900. Chambers for 900. So far, that's an A+. I mean, that's an A++ team for me so far. Killing the draft, first form, and Hajar Gracie.
Despite all of our athletes kind of saying they're a bunch of schmucks and you shouldn't pay a lot of money for
What are they doing?
I mean, it's a strategy. They're trying to keep that payroll, but very talented and already a fantasy team through 3 picks for team first form. And speaking of fantasy, let's go over to the fantasy corner, check in with Jason Anik and the man they call Egghead.
I'll tell you what, Egghead, a lot of surprises out of the gate here, right? I mean, you look at that first form squad, I believe, that 3 of your top 6 in power rankings? I mean, that's looking strong right now.
I'm amazed. I would never have believed this. I mean, Paul Ardea was already a steal at 2,400, and then they get a semifinalist from CGII for 900. 900. And then Kyle Chambers, a killer, again, for 900. I mean, Hajar Gracie's, and again, as is pointed out, he still has 5,800 left for 2 spots. So he can go big. I mean, next round we have Kyle Bain coming up and Chris Wojcik, 2 other just killers. And, of course, a lot of people were waiting for that last round with Ryan Aiken. And he can make a play for any of them right now.
Unbelievable.
But also we have some interesting things is that in Toronto, they're going with true, tried and true PGF veterans. I mean, we talked about how important it is having a knowledge of how this actually goes, having that strategy. And as they kind of said, they're a little bit the dream team, but they spent a lot of money.
Yeah, and Dean Lister got a lot of money left, though, and this certainly this random draft has some heaviness in the back, so we're curious to see how it shakes out.
Yeah, definitely. You got to think First Form and Constellation both have a lot of money to play with. New Hope Regeneration with Coach Pedro Sauer. Again, they filled 1 spot for a great competitor, Travis Thomas, only 2,500, so they still have a lot of money left, too. It should be really interesting seeing this next round.
Well, TJ, First Form may be leader in the gate, but could look different when we finish this out.
Absolutely, a long way to go here. They call it the Gauntlet for a reason. It is draft night here in Las Vegas, PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. BMAC, looking at Egghead, this guy gets so excited about numbers and draft picks, and he's loving that first form team.
I'm loving the first form team. I can't say enough about it. Now, I do like Pedro's strategy here, too. Let these guys spend a little bit of their money at the top, and then he's going to try to slide in here in the middle of the draft. And I think he's going to try to do some damage. I bet we see Pedro pick up 2 guys in this round.
Yeah, anything can happen. You have to expect the unexpected. We have yet to see a trade. We might not see a trade, but we could see a trade. I'm just throwing it out there.
Oh, my goodness. On our mock draft, it got so complicated, I basically just had to quit. When they started doing trades,
That's true.
You start throwing extra numbers around, your boy gets confused real quick.
Yeah, we are through 2 rounds of our draft, and, might as well give the coaches a moment to maybe talk and collude and figure things out. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back on the other side with round 3. It is draft night here in Las Vegas. It's PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut.
The Door Traffic Miner is a simple way to earn crypto. There are 3 easy steps. Step 1, buy a DTM. Step 2, place it in a doorway at a home or business. Step 3, collect rewards in crypto for the data you provide. Join the revolution of datapreneurs mining real-time foot traffic data around the world.
Brought to you by Door Technologies, made possible by Constellations Network.
New hope is there for fighters and their families. You are not your diagnosis. New hope is changing the fight game. Heal faster, fight harder, compete for longer. New Hope Regeneration. Hope lives here.
Is more than just a sport. It's a lifestyle. It's about community, love, and respect. And that's exactly what Epic Roll stands for. When you wear Epic Roll, you're part of something bigger, a global tribe of grapplers that are all connected from their love of the sport. Our gear was created by black belts who know exactly how important comfort and durability are when it comes to your training gear. We know once you try Epic Roll, you'll see exactly what the hype is all about. Don't just do it, be epic.
10,000 hours is a steep mountain to climb to become a master, especially when the task at hand puts a relentless demand on your body. There's nothing casual about this sport. It's all in, all effort, all focus. It takes a lot from you, but the reward is unmatched. Mastery of oneself, an acute understanding of your weaknesses with an explosive sense of your strengths. Being able to complete the climb to mastery requires the proper nutrition. This is why it's important to take in a potent blend of electrolytes that is in tune with your output and brings strength to your goals. This potent blend is only found in Salt Electrolytes. Salt targets your depleted electrolyte levels with a boost of hydration and health. It gives your body the baseline recovery it needs.
We are tucked away inside a secret location here in the combat sports capital of the world, the site of PGF Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. Hey, everybody, TJ DeSantis along with the commission, BMAC, Brandon McCatherine. We are through 2 rounds of our draft, and we're just about ready to kick off round number 3. BMAC, any thoughts before we kick off our 3rd round?
Well, I just can't say it enough. I know I'm harping on this first form team, but Haja Gracie in first form, Matt Elkins sitting there on the couch with him, Zoltan sitting on the couch with him. They're putting together an insane squad. And check this out. This is very interesting. Elijah Carlton, of course, we all know in the PGF, he's really the GOAT. 3,200. He's the top drafted athlete so far. And his teammate is the 2nd highest drafted athlete. These 2 guys really decorated as far as PGF goes, Davis Asare and Elijah Carlton. Travis Thomas coming in right behind him. And, I mean, to me, it's shocking to see Paul Ardea there at only 2,400. Sebastian at number 5, 1,200. Kyle Chambers and Adam Bradley both went for 9. To me, that's the craziest part. The craziest part of this entire thing so far is Kyle Chambers for 900. That makes no sense to me. I mean, good for him. Good for Team First for him, but that's madness.
We'll see if anything surpasses that as the most unexpected moment of the night. As draft night continues here in Las Vegas, we go back to the block with Stephen Aiken.
Welcome back, everybody. Before we go to our next athlete, Team Constellation is wanting to check their points total. Egghead, could you tell me how much that they have spent so far?
So far, Team Constellation has spent 2,200, so they have 7,800
You have
remaining.
7,800 remaining. 7,800 remaining. Our next grappler coming up for auction, the Midwest Finishers 2023 champion with all submissions, Bradley Schneider. Brad, it's great to have you here, man. Do you want to tell these guys how great you are?
I mean, honestly, I was just a little worried because on the graphic I saw Stuart Cooper's name still, so I was like, oh, I'm probably going to get announced as someone else, but I think I'm pretty unorthodox. I have a unique game. I feel like I can catch a lot of people here off guard, but I'm a late edition, so I'm kind of just happy to be here.
We're glad you're here too, Brad. We'll go ahead and get you started right here. Coaches, do I have anybody 100 for Bradley? 100. New Hope is at 100. I need 200.
Oh, no way.
Going once?
No way.
100. I need 200 going twice. Sold 100.
Oh, my
for New Hope Regeneration.
gosh.
Sign this before they change their mind.
Wow. $100.
That's amazing.
Bradley Schneider, that surpassed the whole Kyle Chambers unexpected price tag?
Well, no, I actually thought we might start to see a couple of these intentional walks right here through the middle of the draft. So I'm surprised that they let Brad get away for 100, but they would rather sit out because they got the guy that they want, that they're targeting. So they'd rather just sit out and let him get that win. But what that does is that puts New Hope in a great position, though, to be able to spin big because Schneider's a quality player. He's very exciting. He's a winner, too, you know what I mean? Like, so... And this is very interesting, actually. Travis Thomas and Brad Schneider actually had a match against each other not that long ago, and now they're teammates over here with Team New Hope. I think that actually puts New Hope in a very strong position moving forward. They got $7,400 left and only 3 athletes that they have to spend it on.
Every pick so important on draft night, and Bradley now standing by with our Alex Wendling.
Yes, standing by with Bradley Schneider, and I think you are worth much more than 100, but I think it works out with the way that this format works out.
Yeah, everybody was kind of wanting to go for a low amount. I mean, it does suck to go for the lowest amount, but I feel like I'm going to catch a lot of people off guard. I've competed against a lot of people on this roster, and, I feel like I'm right there. Been a little inactive the last year, so I think people have forgotten, what I bring to the table.
Yeah, and you have wins over some of the people on this roster. You're ranked number 19, so I feel like with a couple of wins, you could really prove that you should have been higher up in the rankings.
I mean, I can't go for less than $100, so if I get any wins, I'm going to be a great value for the team. But yeah.
And you're training under Dante Leon, and he has another teammate, Max Hansen, who is on PGF Season 6. So were they able to give any good advice for this upcoming week?
Honestly, we've always talked about me doing this tournament. I have a pretty good style for it. I'm pretty tough to submit. I have a unorthodox game and really submission forward. But yeah, I feel like, you know, I'm going to do well in this format.
Well, New Hope Regeneration is lucky to have you. Now a lot of points that they have to spend. Bradley Schneider, congratulations.
Thank you.
Going for $100 is Bradley Schneider. B-Mac, how much does that have to do with the fact that he was sort of a late replacement from, you know, going into the tournament?
Well, I think that's a big part of it, and I think it's just where he came up in the draft order, too. Like, now coaches, they've spent a little bit of their money, so they're starting to feel a little apprehensive. It's kind of getting down to the wire. They know they've got their eyes on some of these players here towards the end of the draft. Bame is still up. Aiken's still up. Of course, several other, like, real solid players. So, you know, they're holding on to their money to make sure that they've got enough money to make the bid that they want to make.
And we talked about that in our mock draft. A walk is all strategy. It's not like when I was trying to play kickball in elementary school and like, nah, you take him. We don't want him. You know, back of the line. It's trying to save money and, you know, land the right guy at the right time.
Yeah, and nothing is quite like your kickball career, if I had to guess.
I was pretty good.
I don't believe you, TJ.
I'm not a very good liar, am I?
No.
No. All right, back to Stephen Aiken.
Our next grappler coming up for auction, PGF Season 6 veteran, member of the winning team from last season, Nathan Haddett.
You think Entrana's going to make a move on it?
I know you're not going to talk bad about yourself like
We'll
that.
see.
We've talked to you a lot leading into this season. You've told me already how excited you are to come in here and put it down. Tell these guys why they should pick you.
Man, because you can pick me for cheap. So that's maybe why you should pick me.
Nice value pick.
Yeah, I think so. Low value pick.
How about this? Give me a points prediction from you this season.
We're going to score a lot of points.
He's going to score a lot of points, but he's not very good. It's weird. Anybody got 100 for Nathan? 100? 100 for Entrana. I need 200. 200? Once? 200. New Hope's in at 2. 300. Entrana's at 3. I need 4. 400? They're talking about it. They're thinking, Nathan. They kind of want you. You're in at 4. They're in at 4. You guys got 5. No hesitation from Entrana. They're at 5. I need 600, New Hope. Nope. 500 going once. 500 twice. I need 600. 500 sold. Nathan Haddett.
The ex-Marshall,
The winning team.
the former ex-Marshall team staying together so far.
The band is
Nathan
back
Haddett.
together. New Hope tried to maybe disrupt that a little bit. I don't know if it was just gamesmanship to try to drive up the price, but Carlos Machado would not be denied. And, we heard Davis Asare say it. He wants that proverbial Chicago Bulls team back on the mat this season, and so far so good. The three amigos once again.
Yeah, it's super interesting the way it's played out. All 3 of the athletes on Team Entrana know what it's like to go through a whole season of the PGF and come out on the other side. They all won $20,000 last season, all of these guys.
And if I won $20,000 with 2 friends, I'd want to do it again if they were around.
Yeah, well, they know how to win. They know how this format works, and so they're going to be I think that's actually going to be a really big advantage. And because they got Nathan at 500, it puts them back in the game for some of these other plays that they might be able to make for some of these other athletes.
I thought they were going to get him for 100, but then New Hope was like, no.
Yeah, they had to drive him up a little bit.
Yeah, got to do what you got to do. All right, Nathan Haddett standing by with Alex Wendling.
Standing by with Nathan, and wow, I was just talking to you before this draft started, and you were saying, oh, well, if I could have a particular teammate, I'd love to warm up with Davis again. Now you have him and the Jabroni, someone you won season 6 with, so how are you feeling?
Yeah, let's go. We're getting the band back together. Let's go. We're going to put some points on the board this season.
For Team Entrana with Carlos Machado, it's like Jean-Jacques is in his earpiece, like, you guys got to get these 3.
Hey, he knows. He knows. We'll show him.
And I know last season you were so close to the playoffs. How much of that is a priority for you this season?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a chip on my shoulder. So I think having last season, just the experience, now I know what to expect, and we're going to bring it forward.
Yes, definitely a gauntlet. We can't wait to see it, Nathan. Team Entrana looking a lot like Team X Marshall going into season 7.
What is, going on with that team, B-Mac? It's like history tends to repeat itself, and when you have a stacked team like that, we'll see if they can actually repeat history and do so at 205 pounds. Like you said, they know what it's like to train together, but they also know what it's like to win together.
Well, you know what's another interesting thing about these guys? They were all in a much smaller weight class last season.
Right.
All of these guys came in underweight. None of these guys had to cut weight, so they're stacking up some of the smaller athletes in the roster, so they're more experienced, but they're much smaller. It'd be interesting to see how their bodies hold up through the rest, like through the gauntlet of the season as they go through Shark Week, and that might mean that they've got to do a really, really good job. They got to be super careful with how they pick their alternates, I would say.
Yeah, the alternate draft coming up after our main roster is completed. A lot left to get done here tonight, so without further delay, we go back to the block with Stephen Aiken.
The next athlete coming up is an athlete that was here last season but didn't get to compete, so I know he's excited to come and make his name here in the PGF. Caleb Crump. Caleb, we're glad to have you here, man. I'm excited to get to see what you can do. Tell these guys why they should pick you.
Oh, thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here. They should pick me because I'm going for chokes, going for wins, but I'm just a purple belt MMA fighter. What do I know?
I know you're saying you're going to get some points. Can you give me a points prediction for the whole season?
18.
18. That's enough to get in the playoffs, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. We'll open up the bidding for Caleb at 100. Does anybody have 100 for Caleb? 100?
Oh, we might see our first
Ball.
intentional walk.
Ball. Not going to go 100?
Nobody wants to open the bidding right here.
What? Nope.
Trying to save.
Okay, this will be what we call our first intentional walk. So what'll happen, Caleb, is you'll come back up at the backside of the draft, and we'll bring you back up for the bidding then, man.
All right, intentional walk. That's interesting. So that's the way it has to work with the auction draft. And now that's going to happen. That happened with our mock draft in the middle a couple of times. That happened like multiple times with the mock draft. You start playing this strategy game, and you're like, man, I'm not willing. Like, because even if you pull the trigger at 100, right, and nobody else goes up. Now you're stuck with a guy that, he takes up a roster spot for you. So it's an interesting strategy. We call it an intentional walk. He got 4 balls, intentional walk.
Lots of qualities will get you through a PGF season, and we have seen the patience on display time and time again of Caleb Crump. Didn't get to compete last year. Was here all season. Now he's back. Now he's got to wait even longer to be drafted.
No, that's kind of crazy.
He's a patient gentleman.
He is a patient guy. The peaceful warrior, he calls himself.
Well, he takes a walk. We'll see him a little bit later on when he hits the block once again. All right, time for our next athlete to come up for bid. We go back to Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming up for auction, the Polish Punisher, 2024 European Trials gold medalist, Marcin Machulovic.
I think this guy's a real dark
Very
horse.
close.
TJ.
I'm trying, Marcin. Thank you, man. Thank you. I'll try for you guys. Man, I'm excited to see you up here. I've seen lots of your videos, and I know what you can do. How many points do we expect from you this season?
Everyone.
All the points. 12 matches. There's 7 times 12.
I think that's 6,000.
84.
Yeah.
84.
84 points for Marcin. All right, let's go ahead. Let's get this bidding started. He's going to max out. How much? 100 at least? Yeah, 100? Okay, they got 100. I need 2, sorry. You guys 200? Anybody? 3? 300? 300? 400? Okay, 500 for first form.
Yeah, these guys know what they got here.
Okay, 600. Constellations at 6, 7 for first form. 8. First form's at 9. I need 1,000. 1,000. Constellations at 1,000. You guys got 11. They're at 11. You want to go ahead and jump them pretty far? 1,200, that's all? Okay. 13. You guys got 13. They got 14 now. Okay. Constellations at 14. I need 15 for first form. They got it. Y'all got 16. You should spook them and say 2,000. 1,600. You guys got 17. He's got it. You got 18. They got 18. First form, y'all got 19. First one was 19. 2,000. I told you it was going there. Constellations at 2,000. 21. I've done this before. No? You guys are out? 2,000. Once. Twice. Sold. 2,000. Marcin. to Constellation and Coach Dean Lister.
Marcin Masulovic, is that how we're saying it?
That's it. That's how we're saying it, because that's how you say it.
I've been practicing all week since our mock draft. I made you do it during the mock draft. I got it on draft night, and he's now on Constellation Network. Dean Lister getting his man. Were you surprised at all about the price, or was that right in that ballpark?
To be honest with you, I am surprised for a couple of reasons. He's European. These guys have not seen him get out there and get after it as much, and he's coming up sort of in the middle of the draft, right in that spot where I expected to see a couple of intentional walks. I didn't hear a lot of the coaches talking about him, but the way that they went after him proves that they know what they're doing. They did their homework. Hodger and Dean really did their homework, because I think that Marcin is actually one of the better guys here in this roster, so I think that that's a great pickup.
It's interesting. Our draft order this year is all random, and it can kind of be to an athlete's detriment as far as, potentially being walked if you're in that middle, because, so much money's been put down. You got to save money in the end. You can see our draft order. We are far from done tonight here in Las Vegas. Marcin now standing by with our Alex Wendling.
Marcin standing by with me. He just whispered, it's getting awkward a little bit because we're just standing here. But you are a powerhouse, the Polish Punisher. How are you looking to utilize that size coming for season 7?
I know they don't know me that much, but I'm here to make a statement. I'm here to shoot the word and finish the people. That's what I do all the time. I'm finishing the people no matter the rule set, so I'm here for it.
Yes, ADCC European Trials winner, Polaris Grand Prix winner as well. So you're coming in with a lot of experience, but this will be the first time experiencing something like a PGF season. So what is the mentality going in?
Yeah, just going hard. I'm from Poland. We are tough there, so I'm bringing that legendary Polish energy, that legendary Polish power to the table. So that's...
Bring in that Polish power. We cannot wait to see it. Congrats.
Marcin ready to go here, part of Season 7. It is PGF World, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. Our draft is continuing. I like that. Polish power in the season. It might be the secret weapon to get him through the gauntlet.
He really could be the secret weapon. Kamoy, Sebastian, and now Marcin. That's starting to shape up as a pretty good team. I feel like they've done a pretty good job in the draft so far. They've got almost $6,000 left to spend on their last 2 athletes. And man, this team right here, though. Look at this. New Hope still has $7,400 left. That's pretty crazy. It's going to be hard to make a play against New Hope if they have somebody that they really want. They're going to be able to muscle you around a little bit. So we'll see which way they're actually thinking, because they're laying in the cut trying to wait for their moment.
Yep, they got that capital on their side. We'll see when it comes out. Our draft continues here in Las Vegas. It is PGF World Season 7. We go back to the block. Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming up for bid, 3-time Midwest finisher, sub-only champion, Andre Porfirio. Andre, very exciting to have you here. Looking forward to seeing you get to compete this week. Obviously, you guys are looking to get bid up for a lot of money. How many points do you think you're going to put up this season?
Around 20 points is my goal.
Around 20 points. You think that'll get you into the playoffs pretty secure?
Oh, yes.
Cool, man. I think that's a good goal for this season. Let's get you sat down, and we'll open up the bidding for 100 at Andre. Anybody? First form's at 100. I need 2. Entrana's got 2. 3 for first form. They got 3. I need 4. Entrana has that 4. And first form's got 5. 6. They got it. First form's at 7, 8, 9,000. 11, 1,200, 1,300. We're at first form's at 13, 14 for Entrana, 15 first form, 16 for Entrana, 17 first form, 18 Entrana, 19 first form, 2,000 Entrana, 2,100 first form, or I'm just saying it because it was next. Yeah, 21. Oh, you want it though. 22? You got it in the budget. It's there. He's going to choke people. I believe it. 20 points. That's a lot. Going once. I got 2,000 going once. 22. You guys got 22? 23? 23. They're out. 22 going once for Entrana. 22 twice. 2,200 sold to Entrana. Andre Porfirio.
Andre Porfirio going to Intrana. I know they're going to go to war on the mat later this week, BMAC, but going to war, a bidding war right there over Andre Porfirio.
Yeah, back and forth. Both teams, you could tell that, again, they've done their homework. I'm surprised to see guys going for this much here in the middle of the draft. I really thought the middle of the draft we would see several intentional walks. We would see some guys just getting passed on. But if you did your homework on Porfirio, I mean, did you see this the other day, TJ? I saw a highlight. Porfirio outscored somebody about 2 weeks ago, 88-0. He just went and did a tournament to like warm up for the PGF, and he tried to go the distance and not submit the guy, and he racked up 88-0.
That's a basketball score.
Well,
but,
it's half
I mean,
of it's part of a basketball.
It's one team's
score.
basketball score.
Yeah, that's crazy, dude. 88-0. And Porfirio, let me tell you something. Porfirio has one of the meanest straight ankle Aoki lock games out there. We saw him. I mean, we've seen him smash up some people with that. So I'll be really interested to hear what he has to say right here. Also, one of the nicest guys on the whole roster, too.
Absolutely. All right, let's hear what he has to say with Alex.
Standing by with Andre, and you just got chosen, and now you're teammates with 3 previous Season 6 winners. So how do you feel about that?
I feel really good. I'm happy to be on this team because my partners, they have experience on the game, and I'm sure on PGF experience counts a lot. I was actually expecting to be on Carlos or Argentina was the two things that I was looking for, and I'm happy that they fought for me. And I'm just excited, and tomorrow will be a crazy battle, and I'm sure I'm going to show up and give a lot of good jiu-jitsu to everyone that is watching.
And you were coached by such a legend in Cyborg. Did he have any special advice for you?
Actually, I left Five Sports in the end of 2022, but I had my coach, Carlos Sanz, coach me the whole year yesterday, and Carlos is an amazing professor. He guided me a lot, and I'm sure all what we train with Wagner Roach on the past and Cyborg on the past as well will pay off this tournament.
Definitely will pay off. We cannot wait to see it. Congrats, Andre.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Alex. We are standing by here at draft night for PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. I believe we've got 12 athletes signed up. We've had 1 intentional walk thus far in our draft, and there's our draft order. Still some really big names coming up here, B-Mac.
Yeah, so you got Fedor still on the board, Kyle Bain, Chris Wojcik, man, people sleeping on Chris Wojcik, Dory Allen right there. You got Aiken at Rivera, Cam Hurd, but look at that. Carlos only has 1,000 left to pick up his last spot. But, you know, he could get one of these good guys here for 1,000 if he plays his cards right, especially if, you know, he kind of lays back and makes the move that he wants to make. But that pretty much puts Carlos out of the running for any of the guys like Bame or Aitken. So it'd be interesting to see what he does with his last spot.
Absolutely. All right, our draft night continues. We go back to the block with Bobby, both of them, Stephen Aiken.
All right, our next grappler to come up for auction, the Russian Nightmare, Fyodor Nikolov. It's Eddie Bravo, black belt, PGF veteran, Season 5, made the playoffs. Spoke to you a little bit before the season. You came in ready to score some points. What do you want to say?
Yeah, let me introduce myself first. For those who don't know me, my name is Fyodor Nikolov. I'm a black belt under Eddie Bravo, and I'm from Russia. I've been preparing for this tournament really well. I've been drinking vodka, racing with bears, training in the snow topless. What else? Swimming in ice cold water. Feeling great after all of that, and it will be an honor for me to be a part of each team whoever wants me more. Thank you.
Thank you, Fyodor. Let's go ahead and get this thing started. Anybody that got 100 of Fyodor? 100. Dean Lister and Constellation's got 100. I need 200. Anybody? 200 for first form. 300. Anyone? 300. Constellation's at 300. 400 first form. Need 500. You guys got 5. They got 5. I need 6 first form. You guys in? 600? 600. 700. New Hope was in at 6. They're at 78. Is it 8? You're good at 8. First form is at 8. I need 9. 900. I asked them first. You got 1,000. Yeah, you got 1,100 then. 1,200. Thank you. 13. They're out of. You guys got 13? 1,200 going once. 1,200. You guys got 13? 13. I need 14. New Hope's in at 13. They got 14. Okay. Constellation's got 14. You guys got 15? For real this time? Okay. They said no this time. 14. You guys got 15? Going once. 14 going twice. 1,400 sold. Fyodor Nikolov, Constellation Network.
The PGF veteran, Fyodor Nikolov, goes to Dean Lister's Constellation Network, and it was at Season 5 we saw Fyodor, not a guy with a lot to say. We saw him say a lot on the mat, and tonight at the draft we see him say a few things and also show off a sense of humor. I love that training regimen.
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting training regimen.
Yeah.
He said he's out there wrestling bears, dipping himself in ice baths. And what happens now with Team Constellation is they've put themselves in position with $4,400 left to be, and only one athlete left to play. They can go up to $4,400. So they're in a pretty strong position to get exactly the athlete that they might want here at the end. So you can see there, Constellation has 4,400 left. First Form, they have 5,800 left, but they still got to pick up 2 athletes. New Hope, they do have 7,400 left, but they got to spread that across 3 athletes. You can see Entrana and Carlos Machado there, only 1,000 left. So we'll see what they're able to pick up here at the end. But a couple of strong teams coming together already. Actually, all of these teams looking strong. We'll see what happens with Pedro and New Hope here through the middle of the draft, though.
All right, let's check in with Alex, who is standing by with the Russian Nightmare.
Yes, standing by with the Russian Nightmare, a.k.a. the special project from Russia in Eddie Bravo's eyes. So how important is it to you to showcase some gorgeous Eddie Bravo Jiu-Jitsu?
Very important for me, because that's the reason why I moved here in the United States, to represent my country, my team, my coach. And a huge honor to be a part of the Lister team. Look at him, he's a man, looks like a head of Wolfgang. So really honor for me to be there.
And you should have a fun time. You got Kamoy on your side, Marcin and Sebastian now. So what are you thinking about that teammate so far?
Yeah, those guys are high level. Like everybody else, 20 guys, everyone high level. It's there's a Polish guy over there, my Slavic brother. So yeah, nice to be in one team with those guys. Yeah.
Well, hopefully you guys can share some vodka in preparation, since that has been helping you with your training camp. Congrats, Fedor. We cannot wait to see you in action.
Fyodor Nikolov ready to go here at Season 7 of PGF World, which is powered by Once Upon a Coconut. And the Russian Nightmare hopes to be just that for anyone standing in his way on the mat.
Yeah, so they've already picked up. So we got Kamoy, Sebastian, Marcin, and Fedor out to this team. Kyle Chambers, which team he went to? Actually, Team First Form. We had him on the graphic there, but he's actually over here on Team First Form. So yeah, great positioning here by Team Constellation. $4,400 left as they get ready to make their last move. I'll be interested to see who they're sitting back to make this play on. They put together a pretty strong squad for not much money, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. The team building continues. It's draft night here in Las Vegas. Back to the block with Stephen Aiken.
The next athlete up for auction, 2022 ADCC West Coast Trials champion, 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu black belt, Kyle Bang.
I think this is one of the guys that people are.
It's great to have you here, man.
Play for.
Another very exciting grappler into the PGF. Been looking forward to having you here since you won the qualifier in Nashville. How many points do you think you're going to put up this season?
You know, Stephen, I could come up here and lie and say that I suck and I'm not going to submit anybody like everybody else did, but the truth is that I really am banged up right now. I got these fragments in my elbow and I can't fully extend it or flex it. My knee is jacked up. And the problems don't just end with my physical shortcomings either. I'm having problems in my personal life as well. I'm in the midst of a child custody battle right now with my ex-wife. She's trying to take my kid, Stephen. So psychologically, I am a mess at the moment, and I am in no position or no state of mind to be competing in any tournament, guys. I just want to get everything out there. What else? I'm problematic. I'm not a team player. You can ask the guys at 10 Planet Oceanside. I'm a nuisance, a miscreant, a deviant, the last guy you would want on your team. So, guys, please, low bids.
I'm sorry to hear all that, Kyle. Guys, this guy needs to be on a good team. He needs that 20K pretty bad. But we'll open up the bidding for 100 if anybody's got it. 100, 100 for first form. I need 200. New Hope's got 2, 300 first form, 400, 500. You guys got 6, 600 New Hope, 700 first form, 800 New Hope, 900, 1,000, 900.
Oh, no way.
Going once to first form.
No way.
900 going twice.
No way.
1,000.
Oh, my God.
1,000. New Hope's in at 1,000. I need 1,100. You got it? 1,100. You guys got 12? 1,200. New Hope's in at 12. 13 first form. 13. They're not waiting. 14. 14. 15 first form. They got it. They got 15. I need 16. 16 for sure. You guys, Indrana? No? 15? Egg 15? Going once? Twice? 15 sold, first form.
All right, that's the steal of the draft for sure. That's the steal of the draft. Holy cow. I mean, he's gonna have a really great week. I really think so. He is going at 1,500. That's the steal of the draft. That's insane. This first form team is unbelievable. Paul Ardea, Adam Bradley, Kyle Chambers, Kyle Bame, and they got one roster spot left, and they got $4,300 to play with for that last roster spot. Kyle Chambers, this guy is a machine. He's incredible back player. He's an incredible leg locker. He's a leg breaker. He's going to come out and he's going to score. I think he's going to score in maybe 60% of his matches or more, TJ.
Yeah, we've seen him shine under the bright lights in the past, and many expect him to shine here at PGF Season 7. I saw the assistant coach for First Form, Matt Elkin, stand up, turn to us, and flex. He's feeling pretty confident about how that lineup's looking.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a collective effort, or if Roger is the brains behind this, or if I know Matt Elkin's not the brains behind it, but he maybe
he's the muscles baby. He likes to show him off.
He's the good looks behind it. Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
Roger, he's a pretty handsome fella too.
It's true.
Whatever they got, whatever concoction they got going over there, it's working. They've got, in my opinion, an absolute A++ team put together so far.
Yeah. If you listen to Kyle, though, he's just a shell of a man, and that shell is now standing by with Alex.
That was crazy.
Standing by with Kyle Bame. And, man, you are on a stacked team for First Form right now, but how are you going to support them with so much going on in your personal life right now?
I was just Josh and Alex. I'm actually in great shape right now. I'm going to kill everybody they put in front of me, and my team is definitely winning that 100,000.
So how excited are you for this PGF format? I mean, it's going to be a gauntlet, but you're a very physical opponent and one of the biggest 205ers on this roster.
Yeah, I had to cut a little bit of weight here, but I'm really excited. I'm excited to see how my body holds up through a 5-day tournament and test this out. I've never competed for more than 2 days in a row before, so it'll be interesting, but I understand it's a marathon, and just coming in to fuck everybody up.
3 matches a night for 4 nights, a regular season, and then, of course, the playoffs at the end there. So do you see yourself in the playoffs?
Yeah, there's no question I'm going to be in the playoffs, and I'm winning the playoffs.
We can't wait to see it. Congrats, Kyle.
Thank you.
Kyle Bame ready to run the gauntlet. That is PGF Season 7. He talked about it. He's never competed more than 2 days in a row. It's called a gauntlet for a reason, BMAC. Kind of describe for the people at home that maybe are new to this. This is incredibly taxing. It's not like just 12 rolls in the gym.
Oh, no, it's nothing like that. I mean, by the time they hit day 3, especially day 4, their bodies are reaching the limit. A lot of the strategy for PGF is knowing when to step on the gas and knowing when to hit the brakes a little bit, which matches that you can make those decisions on. It's very strategic. It's a tough week. It takes a lot out of you physically. It takes a lot out of you mentally. And a lot of times it's the mentally strong guys who have the best strategy. Elijah Carlton, we see him come in and do it every time. He never looks like the biggest, strongest guy, but he always ends up near the top at the end. And, that's a huge factor. in this PGF format.
Huge prize on the line as well, $100,000 split among the team members of our regular season team winners. And, of course, it gives way to our playoffs coming up on Friday, 8-man tournament. All right, our draft night continues. We go back to the block with Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete up, coming for auction, ADCC veteran Chris Wojcik.
Ooh. In my opinion, you have to pick up Chris Wojcik right here if you're Team New Hope. You got to grab him.
Chris, excited to have you in here. How great is everything going for you on this day?
Certainly better than Kyle, but you know, I think there's definitely pros and cons to picking me on your team. You know, I'm a little small for this division for sure. I get a lot of submissions. I don't get tapped very much, but I'm pretty much a leg locker bust kind of guy. So that's what we're gonna have to, you know, kind of do.
Well, we look forward to seeing that this season. We'll go ahead and let you have a seat and get the bidding started at 100 for Chris. 100. Constellation's got 100. I need 200. 200 from Entrana. 300 first form. You got 4. 400. I need 500 from Entrana. 600 first form.
Oh.
700.
First form coming.
Constellation's at 7. I need 8. Is that 8? That's 8. Entrana's at 8. You guys got 9. 1,000.
Oh.
Constellation's got 1,000. 1,100. No. 1,100. New Hope's at 1,100. Need 1,200. 1,200. Constellation. Need 13. 13. New Hope. 15. Constellation's at 15. Need 16. 1,600. 17. 1,700. Constellation's at 1,700. Need 18. Y'all want it? No? 1,800. New Hope Dream Generation's got 1,800. 2,000? 2,000. Constellation's at 2,000. We need 21. 21? No? 2,000 going once? You got 21? 2,100? 2,300 Constellation. You got 24? 2,300 going once? 2,300 going twice? 24?
Oh,
2,400?
first form coming at the
25?
end.
27. Constellation at 27. I need 28 now. 28. Yeah, look at the charts. Run the numbers. 27's going once. Constellations, 27 twice. 2,800? 2,800 first form. 3,000 Constellation. 3,100. 3,000 once. Twice. Sold. 3,000 Constellation Network.
Good pickup. That rounds out their team, doesn't it?
It does. 5 members now drafted for Dean Lister's Constellation Network, the last being Chris Wojcik. And there was some late drama, some bids coming in when he thought maybe it was wrapping up, but ultimately it's Constellation Network that lands Chris Wojcik.
Yeah, and you know, arguably the best leg locker here on the roster lands with the boogeyman, Dean Lister, the man who was really responsible for bringing leg locks into the modern jiu-jitsu game. And they're going to have some very interesting notes to compare, I think. Chris just had a great run at ADCC. He looked fantastic. Chris, one of the more cerebral grapplers you're ever going to meet as well. So he's a great addition to that Constellation team. They have a really nice squad there. Kamoy, Sebastian, Marcin, Fyodor, and Chris.
Are you surprised that we already have one complete team where we're at with the draft?
A little bit, but man, I think that's going to put New Hope in position to just come in and scoop people up on the cheap here. Well, you see that Chris just has that nasty lock, and that you saw him there in that clip. Was a win over Brad Schneider, and Brad got drafted to Team New Hope. So we know that Chris has already got wins over a lot of the guys in this field. Very dangerous guy. I think he's going to be a real force to be reckoned with this week. That's a good pickup. Good steal. I think Chris is one of the better guys in the roster.
He's the 5th and final piece for the main roster in Season 7 for Dean Lister's Constellation Network. And now Alex is standing by with Chris Wojcik.
Yes, Constellation Network closes out their team with Chris Wojcik, and you are coming off of a great one at ADCC 2024 World Championships. Are you looking to carry some of the momentum into this PGF season?
Definitely, yeah. Definitely looking to carry the momentum going forward.
And you're getting a lot of good training over there at B Team. Have you been able to kind of focus on the rule set that PGF has and the kind of points that you're going to have to focus on?
Yeah, definitely always tailoring my training to whatever's coming up. You know, everything's always kind of changing.
And what are your thoughts? You're the final member on this Constellation Network team. So you know who your teammates are. You know who you're going in to the gauntlet with. How are you feeling towards it?
I think we have a tough team. A lot of guys who are like really hard to kill. A lot of tough Eastern European blood on our team. So I'm looking forward to it.
We can't wait to see it. Chris Wojcik rounding out for Team Constellation Network.
All right, now in our auction draft, it's only 3 teams that are going to be bidding the rest of the way with Constellation Network fully completed. So let's go back to the block and have draft night continue. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
Our next grappler. Oh, timeout. Do we have any time in the trade window left?
Hey, you know what? Let's go to a break and let them talk.
You guys
let 'em
have
talk
2
trade.
minutes.
You wanna go to break?
To do the trade. 2-minute clock is
All right.
starting now.
So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back.
2
Some
minutes.
drama developing here in Las Vegas. You're watching PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut.
The Door Traffic Miner is a simple way to earn crypto. There are 3 easy steps. Step 1, buy a DTM. Step 2, place it in a doorway at a home or business. Step 3, collect rewards in crypto for the data you provide.
New Hope is there for fighters and their families. You are not your diagnosis. New Hope is changing the fight game. Heal faster, fight harder, compete for longer. New Hope Regeneration. Hope lives.
Jiu-Jitsu is more than just a sport. It's a lifestyle. It's about community, love, and respect. And that's exactly what Epic Roll stands for. When you wear Epic Roll, you're part of something bigger, a global tribe of grapplers that are all connected from their love of the sport. Our gear was created by black belts who know exactly how important comfort and durability are when it comes to your training gear. We know once you try Epic Roll, you'll see exactly what the hype is all about. Don't just do it, be epic.
So the PGF is just like any sports league. We just do it with jiu-jitsu. Everything starts with the player draft. We take 20 world-class athletes and we split them up into 4 teams. Each team is led by one of the most legendary athletes in jiu-jitsu history. Once the teams are established, the regular season begins. Every athlete gets 12 regular season matches. The matches are 6 minutes long, and in the PGF, you can only win via submission. If you win by choke, which we call a kill, you get 6 points towards the playoff. If you win with a joint lock, we call that a break, you get 3 points towards the playoff. If the match goes to a draw, both athletes get 0 points towards the playoff, and any submission that you land in under a minute gets an extra point. The team that accumulates the most points during the regular season splits $100,000. The top 8 scoring athletes advance to the PGF playoffs, where they have a chance to become the PGF champion and win an additional $20,000.
10,000 hours is a steep mountain to climb to become a master, especially when the task at hand puts a relentless demand on your body. There is nothing casual about this sport. It's all in, all effort, all focus. It takes a lot from you, but the reward is unmatched. Mastery of oneself, an acute understanding of your weaknesses with an explosive sense of your strengths. Being able to complete the climb to mastery requires the proper nutrition. This is why it's important to take in a potent blend of electrolytes that is in tune with your output and brings strength to your goals. This potent blend is only found in Salt electrolytes. Salt targets your depleted electrolyte levels with a boost of hydration and health. It gives your body the baseline recovery it needs.
This past year has changed everything. Once a hidden art, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is now on the world stage.
Arguably one of the biggest events in the history of Jiu-Jitsu.
You better have that dog in you because you're gonna need it. I promise you guys.
An art once practiced in the shadows is now shining under the bright lights.
Take some risk. Whoa.
I don't want to be on the side of this concrete with Andy on my back with 2 hooks in looking like a dork, so I'm fucking jumping over couches or doing whatever the fuck it takes to get out of there because I know he's not going to let go. I know he's not going to stop.
A sport that is no longer just about passion, but about prestige and the promise of real rewards.
Get that mentality, man. I'm going to beat them up. Whoever's in front of you is just a body that can be beaten.
This is the new age of jiu-jitsu, where skill meets spectacle, and one move is the difference between fortune and failure.
Bro, we're fucking in the wildlife. It's like fucking 20 dudes in here with testosterone competing against each other, trying to break each other's shit. Like, we're gonna have some shit to say.
Hey! Don't push me. Fuck you, Daniel. You're a bitch.
Yeah, he was trying to play the funny guy, so I went to him and see what he has to show.
I think my only mistake with Daniel was not smacking him in the mouth as soon as he pushed me.
It's all the same, man. I show up, do what I'm supposed to do.
Can Elijah take all of that experience that he has as a PGF champion and apply it to these high-level athletes?
They're gonna sleep on me like always.
I'm not sleeping on you, you know? Make sure you know that I'm ready.
And I don't have sons, like I said in the interview over there, I have just daughters, and I love to see him achieve his goals, you know? Just so happy for him.
It is the most unique week in submission grappling. It is PGF Season 7 live in a secret location in the combat sports capital of the world, Las Vegas, Nevada. TJ DeSantis, along with BMAC, Brandon McCatherine. It is draft night here for our 205-pound season. 15 athletes have found themselves drafted, 5 to go on our main roster, and really anything can happen still yet tonight, except for Dean Lister adding another team member to his team because they're already shirred up for the regular season.
Well, they are, but there's trade talks happening
that's
out there
true.
on the floor right now, so I don't actually know what's going on. I'd be interested to see what shakes out with this trade here. Right now, Dean, he's out of the mix, assuming something crazy hasn't happened with one of these trades. Hodger, he's got 4,300 left. He's only got 1 spot left. You got to think that they're sitting there with that 4,300 going to make a play for Ryan Aitken coming up in the last spot. But Pedro and Team New Hope, they got 7,400 left. You know they're sitting there ready to make a play for Aitken. Machado was over here, though. Carlos and his team, he's with Entrana. They were over here scheming up something with the first form team and Hodger Gracie. So I'll be interested to see what just shook out here. I think maybe Bobby has the scoop. I'm not sure what's about to happen here, to be honest with you.
Well, let's figure it out. Let's go to Stephen Aiken and see what's going on here in Las Vegas. Stephen, take it away.
After heated discussions, there was no trade being able to come to fruition. Unfortunately, you know, just doesn't work out every time. Okay, so now we'll start back up with our next athlete coming down. A very exciting grappler, a very handsome grappler, somebody who's going to be fun to add to your team for sure. Ernesto Rivera. Ow. Ernesto, what's up, brother? Good to see you, man. Good to have you here. What can these guys expect from you this season?
I appreciate you lying on the handsome. I'm like medium ugly at best, but that's all right. And I think pound for pound, I'm better than anybody in the room, so that's all I'll say about that.
Hey, I like that answer. It's my job to hype you guys up, though, so if I can make you feel pretty, I want to. Take a seat. All right, we're going to go for 100 for Ernesto. Has anybody got 100 for Ernesto? 100? 100. New Hope's got 100. Do I have 200? 200. 200 at Entrana. 300. New Hope. 300. 400 Entrana. They got it. 500. 500. 6. 600. 7. 700. 8. Entrana's got 8. 900. Y'all interested? Nah. 900 New Hope. 1,000 Entrana. 1,100 New Hope. 1,100 going once. 1,100. You have the 1100. Going twice. Sold 1100. Ernesto Rivera. New Hope, will you sign this paper for me, sir?
New Hope gets Ernesto Rivera. You could see Carlos Machado was trying to get him, but ran out of capital, B-Mac.
Yeah, he ran out of money. I think this is a good pickup for New Hope. This really helps to solidify a real good foundation for them, especially if they leave enough. They got to pick up 2 more players. They got 6,300 left to do it, so they got to pick up 2 more. But this puts them in a good position. They got to make a really smart play with their next draft because they don't want to spend more. They don't want to spend so much that they leave themselves with less than 4,300 to negotiate with. Whoever's got the most money at that last pick, I mean, is obviously going to pick up Ryan Aiken. There's not going to be much bidding that happens when Ryan comes up. It's just like whoever's got the most money is going to take him. And then Caleb Crump's going to circle back around as the last guy in the draft because he got intentionally walked earlier. So we'll see. There you go. It's getting close. So really, Pedro's got about 1,900 to play with on this next pick, and he'll still be in position to make the play that he wants for Ryan Aiken.
All right, our draft night continues. We've got Ernesto standing by with Alex. Alex, take it away.
Standing by with Ernesto Rivera for New Hope Regeneration. So how are you feeling? They chose you, and now you know some of your teammates going in.
Yeah, it's going to be good. I've competed against a lot of the guys. Some people on the roster are good friends, so it's going to be exciting.
And you said that you're pound for pound the best in the room. Where does that confidence come from?
My jiu-jitsu is just really fucking good, so I feel like that was a fair statement to say.
Yes, you're really selling yourself, and PGF is going to be a long week. Have you ever experienced something like this, 3 matches a night for 4 days?
I have not, but I train pretty hard, so hopefully it translates. I know my body's going to be sore, so I bought a pound of Advil, and hopefully it'll get me through.
Well, we cannot wait to see it. Ernesto for Team New Hope Regeneration. Can't wait to see you in action.
Thanks, Alex. We now have 16 athletes who have found a home for PGF Season 7. Match day 1 just around the corner. We've still got some athletes left to go, but we might as well stop in at the Fantasy Corner, check in with Jason Anik and the man they call Egghead to see what they think of tonight's proceedings thus far. Jason, take it away.
Tell you, the boogeyman, Ryan Aiken, sitting at the end. It seems like there are going to be only 2 teams really competing for him. Am I wrong?
No, you're definitely right. So I think the head table up there was talking about where New Hope Regeneration needs to keep at least $4,400 available because First Form still has $4,300 and it has that last spot. And I'm telling you right now, if they could somehow get Ryan Aiken on that team that's already, I mean, right now, I'd make my prediction right now that First Form's going to win. You could put anyone.
I'm with you, Egg. I'm with you on that.
Anyone that's left here, doesn't matter who it is, goes on that team, they're getting $100,000. I was surprised they were even thinking about a trade. You know, it's insane. They've done a masterful job. But Intrana's got that dream team again. And they got Andre Porfirio. He's going to put up points too. Man, they could be players.
Yeah, well, if Ryan Aiken has sort of your number 1 pound for pound holds out, that won't really matter. You know, New Hope with a soft roster right now may not end up that way, but I'm sure there are 15 other grapplers out there that aren't on Team First Form or 16 that have something to say about that.
That's fair.
All right, thanks, guys. The Fantasy Corner with Jason Anik and the man they call Egghead. We'll be checking in with them a little bit more later tonight with our draft, but, of course, all week long as fantasy is such a huge part of PGF World Season 7. And why don't you tell people how they can get in on the action real quick before we continue our draft?
Well, you're going to go to pgf.global. You're going to be able to go ahead and register there. You're not going to be able to go totally live with your team, but you can go ahead and start getting set up. Once all of this shakes out, you'll be able to start picking your team tomorrow morning. But pgf.global, listen, we got a free place to play. Like, we got the free version of the fantasy, and then we've got like the $25 pay to play.
Right.
And then we're going to have a bunch of good prizes to give away, a bunch of signed gear, memorabilia, a lot of cool prizes. Jump in there. Let's see what happens.
You want me to sign anything for the prizes?
No. We want them to feel like they're winning something.
Fine. Stephen Aiken.
Our next grappler to come up for auction. This is his 3rd consecutive season in the PGF, and it looks like he's been reading, studying up for this season. Cam Hurd. Cam, we know you're a very educated man. You're also a beast of a grappler. You put dudes on notice every time you step on the mat. What can we expect from you this season?
Like you said, you know, this is my 3rd season. I'm a veteran. Last season, they said that I was the most improved, and the improvement hasn't stopped. I've been working my ass off, and I'm ready to shine this week. So get me on your team.
We're excited to have you, Cam. Let's go ahead and have you sit down. We'll get the bidding started for Cam at 100. Does anybody got 100 for Cam? 100. Intrana's got 100. 200. 200. 100 is going once. You guys got 200. Okay, New Hope's got 200. I need 300. You got 3. I need 4. New Hope, 400. 400, need 500. Intrana's got 500. I need 600, New Hope. Oh, we'll give you a second there. We're at 4, going to 5, right? Again, are we at 500 going to 600?
400.
400 going to 500. You got 500, I need 600. 600, you guys got it. 700, New Hope's got it. Intrana's got 8. 900, New Hope. 1,000, Intrana. 1,100, New Hope. 1,200, Intrana. That's it, maxed out?
Mm-hmm.
You guys playing? No? No? 1,100? 1,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
1,000 going once?
1,100.
You're there at 11? Okay. 1,100 going once? Twice? Sold. Cam Hurd, New Hope Regeneration.
Cam Hurd goes to New Hope Regeneration. It is his 3rd straight season here at PGF World. The label of Most Improved Grappler has been put upon him. We know this gauntlet is a grind, and if there is a grinding type of mindset in any grappler, it is the mindset of one Cam Hurd, a really tough wrestler who utilizes that style. But as you mentioned, BMAC, he just gets better and better out there on the mat each season.
He gets better and better, and man, he's put on 20 pounds of muscle since the last time we saw him, TJ. Cam is looking thick out there, and he brought a book up there with him. Maybe he'll have something to say about that when we get over there to Alex. I wonder what the significance of the book is.
Yeah, I don't know. We're going to find out. And we just keep finding out more and more about Cam Hurd each time that we see him. And I remember that iconic photo of him, I think it was in season 5, blood running down his face.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
there to play every single day.
Yeah, Cam's the man. That was a great picture that Wallow got. That's one that we've used a lot in our promos over the years.
He's looking stylish on draft night as well.
For sure.
Standing by with Alex.
Yes, we got DMV in the building, Cam Hurd, and BMAC just described you as thick because you've been putting on some muscle for this season. So how are you feeling going in?
I feel good. I've been preparing for this for like 5 months. Put on a solid like 20 pounds. Haven't been missing any meals, and I still feel really, really quick on my feet, and feel like the grappler that I always was, just a little bit bigger. So.
And we got to ask about the book that's in your hand right now.
Really matching my watch, and also, I think it's a great book. It's a great mindset. Don't really give a fuck, what everybody else thinks. I got my own dream in my head, kind of like John Jock said last year. Other people might think my dream's crazy, but that doesn't matter because it's my dream, so.
And that's the mentality you got to have with the PGF, because you could go in and not get, you could go in with a draw, have a great match, but not get the points. So when you're looking at this season, what is the biggest goal for you? Because you are one of the PGF athletes with the most experience. So how do you want this season to be different for you?
I'm looking to get into that finale and take home that big shiny belt over there. And to do that, you got to score a lot of points. So, like I said, since the last season, I've been improving a lot. I've been working on my kills and my breaks and finding ways to get those points on the board when the team needs them. So
we can't wait to see it. Cam Hurd, the man with the most heart. We cannot wait to see you put it in action.
The always improving Cam Hurd ending up on the New Hope Regeneration team. It is draft night here in Las Vegas, and that's quite a book. I'm going to have to look into that book that Cam Hurd's carrying around.
You read? You're a reader,
yeah,
TJ?
I mean, I can read.
Okay.
Why do you sound skeptical of that?
No, I believe you.
All right, let's go back to Stephen Aiken.
Our next grappler to come up for auction is the Las Vegas qualifier winner from season 7, Dory Aoun. Dory, it's great to have you here, man. What can these coaches expect if they put you on their team?
Man, I'm ready to go. I think I caught a contact high sitting next to Eddie Bravo. But other than that, I'm ready to go, man. I fought to be here winning the qualifier, so I'm a good asset to the team.
Good asset to the team. Let's go ahead, get you seated, have us start at 100 for Dory. Does anybody have 100 for Dory? 100, 200. Intrana's got 200, 300, 1,000.
Oh.
First form. That's it. That's it. 1,100. Nobody. 1,000 going once, first form. 1,000 twice. Sold. 1,000. Dory.
First form down with Dorian.
Good, TJ.
Thank you.
That was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had to go ahead and make that play. He's the best guy left on the board besides Aiken, and they're not in a position to run after Aiken because New Hope already had 50. They've got 5,200 left. They only had 4,300 left, and so he just went ahead, ran the score up to where nobody could outbid him really, and he made the play for Dory.
You mentioned he was a qualifier winner. What did his qualifier look like?
It looked awesome. He was really dominant. The thing is, though, he only got one submission at the qualifier. He looked great. Positionally, he was phenomenal. His gas tank is out of this world. He's a super hard-nosed positional winner. The thing is, he only got the submission in the last match at the qualifier. So he got the submission when it counted.
Right.
But, man, in the PGF, you got to be able to score points. And so a lot of the questions I've heard circulating is Dory going to be able to come out here and score points on guys of this caliber? I'll tell you what, he landed on a killer team, and I don't think anybody's going to be able to submit Dory. So worst case scenario, he's going to come out here and play stopper for an absolutely stacked team with Paul, Adam, Kyle, and Kyle.
Yeah, that first form team definitely stacked, as you see it completed on your screen there. All right, Dory now is standing by with our Alex Wendling.
Yeah, standing by with Dory, we're just talking about hoops because we love sports, and PGF is everything you love about sports, plus jiu-jitsu. So you have a college basketball and football background. So what do you love about the PGF? Because we really put a sports mindset on this promotion.
Right. It brings back, like, the team aspect of it. So jiu-jitsu is an individual sport, but now I got a 5-man roster. So it depends what position they need me at. I could play point guard. I could play shooting guard. I could body some people up at center, whatever they need, I'm here.
And a very stacked roster that you got added to. I mean, was that kind of a top pick for you, getting chosen for first form, and also you'll be coached by the GOAT, Haja Gracie?
Yeah, definitely. I was very excited about that. I was the 19th pick, so I got to see the whole draft unfold, and I was like, after this draft, before he selected me, I was like, man, he's really cementing his legacy as the GOAT with this draft.
I love it. Well, we cannot wait to see you in action. It is going to be a crazy season. Dorian.
Thanks, Alex. We are back here inside a secret location. It is draft night, PGF World Season 7. You know, looking at the team dynamic, Dorian brings that up. He's the 5th and final member to first form. And I think we're going to kick it over to Egg and Jason. Egg, a lot of people are thinking first form might be in first place come the end of the season. Your thoughts on how they look completed?
So their first 4 picks were in the top. So the first top, their first 4 picks were in the top 6. So that was phenomenal. And honestly, I said before they could add anyone to their team, and they add Dory Allen, a serious stopper. He has cardio for days. He's only going to get better as the season goes on. I mean, that's what kind of the ex-Marshall recipe they had last season. They had Nathan Haddad, who was not able to get submitted by anyone. And so that keeps all the other players from getting points. You've now assembled this dream team that doesn't have to face each other. And so that alone, man, they're going to win. Period.
Wow, bold.
They're going to win, period?
That was pretty bold.
That's, punctuating their picks, to say the least. The man with the 20-pound brain, Egghead, thinking it's an A-plus squad. And, you know, Dory brought up that it's a team dynamic. It very much is. All week, would you call it an A-plus squad on paper?
Oh, absolutely. I feel like just looking at the way it's played out so far, that's absolutely the toughest squad. Now, the thing is, though, last season, I thought the toughest squad, I named who I thought was the toughest team. And didn't play out that way.
No.
It was actually probably one of the quote-unquote weaker teams on paper in ex-Marshall last season with their coach, Jean-Jacques Machado. They're the ones that came out because they had a well-balanced team. But I feel like this first form team is it's an all-star squad.
Yeah, let's not forget the X factor of our season. We've got alternates that could still play a big factor. We had 8 alternates last year. 6 of them made their way into the regular season. And, we're, fingers crossed that no one gets hurt, but it is a gauntlet, a marathon of matches, and anything can happen. We'll see if the alternates play a factor.
They will play a factor. Like there's never been a season of the PGF where the alternates didn't play a factor. We have 2 alternates, 8 total, 2 for each team. Last season, 6 of them got playing time. In season 5, we had to like go and grab extra alternates because we ran out of alternates. We had to go and call people in straight off the bench. So they're gonna see the floor. They're gonna get some playing time.
All right, we'll get to our alternate draft after we conclude our main roster selections, and we will continue that right now. Let's go back to the block with Stephen Aiken.
The 20th athlete to come up for auction is the EBI Absolutes Champion, 2-time CJJ Worlds Champion, and main character Jiu-Jitsu Champion, Ryan Aiken.
Well, there's no question where he's going to land. New Hope, really the only team that can make a play.
Professor Os, welcome to the PGF. I think so, right? I think so. Looks like you're taking a nap over there. 20th guy to come up to pick. Obviously, it's kind of already decided there where you're going, I think, a little bit. What can everybody expect from you this season? How many points?
Man, 12 matches. I think just like, 18, 20 points is all I need, but I'm going to shoot for like 30, I know some of the best guys have been doing like 30 every season.
That's what's up. A lot of you guys are saying about 20, so if everybody gets about 20, that's not going to be enough. So I think 30 might be the goal now.
All right.
All right. Let's go ahead. Let's have it see Ryan for half a second there. We're going to open the bidding for Ryan at $5,200. New Hope, do you have $5,200? $5,200 for Ryan Aiken. Sold. New Hope Regeneration. Congratulations.
No surprise there. Ryan Aiken lands with New Hope Regeneration. And, the accolades, they're plenty. CJJ World Champion, EBI World Champion. Now this week he hunts for a PGF Team Championship, and we'll probably see him in the playoffs if he does well. Your thoughts on Ryan Aiken's style in this PGF format?
Well, a lot of people felt like Ryan was the top guy coming in. There was kind of some debate going back and forth. It was like, is it Bame, is it Ardea, or is it Ryan? But most people had those 3 guys as their top 3. And with Ryan sitting down at the bottom of the draft, you knew people were just sitting there waiting to make a play for him. What was the official bid? Was it officially $5,200?
I believe that's the amount of money they had left. So without any reason to keep money in the bank, you might as well spend it all. So that's
might as
the number.
well. That's a pretty tough squad. Any squad that you add Ryan Aiken to becomes very, very dangerous very quickly. You got Ryan, you got Cam, Ernesto Rivera, Brad Schneider, Travis Thomas. So you got 2 of the guys that everybody kind of expected to go for big money, and Travis and Ryan. But then you got Ernesto right there in the middle, and Ernesto's a guy that a lot of people were sleeping on. I think he's going to be able to come out and do some real damage this week. You got a seriously tough-nosed grappler in Cam, and then you got Brad, really one of the more diverse and eclectic games of anybody here on the roster. That team could do some damage this week.
Yep, definitely. I mean, again, Ryan Aiken is CJJ and EBI champion. He hunts for PGF gold, and now he's going to have an interview with our Alex Wendling.
Yes, standing by with Ryan Aiken, and I got to ask, what was it like just watching the whole draft go down?
Nerve-wracking. Andy Varela, PJ Barch, this is for you guys.
Saving all their money for you, and I think now you are the highest bidded athlete, and you are going over to a very, very strong team. So what is your mindset going in?
My mindset, I just got to make the most of this opportunity now. I'm here for the bracket at the final, so if I can just make it in the top 8, that's all I need.
And PGF has $100,000 on the line, then $20K for the playoff as well. So what does it mean to you to be competing for a promotion that is putting on that type of money?
So the PGF's pretty groundbreaking. First of all, we're in this dope-ass room that has like these soundproof curtains. I know you guys might not be able to see it there, but it's pretty interesting. You just feel like the sound die. So it feels like you're on a movie set. And that's something I've never experienced, whether that's in the training room or in a competition. So it really feels like you're in a real studio setting right here. We got chandeliers floating over the freaking mat. And it's like, dude, I was just part of this like bidding thing. It feels like some mafia style shit. Like, I mean, dude, like, I've never been auctioned, you know? So, why are you laughing at me, Elijah? Yeah, so that was pretty sick. You know, I don't know. You don't get to experience this very often. And if this is the direction everything's heading, dude, like this is cool. We got our own red carpet, bro. Like, holy shit.
It's definitely an elevated experience, taking jiu-jitsu to a whole nother level. When it comes to the season and the strategy going in, are you going to be hunting for kills, or are you going to just be trying to mix it up?
I'm hunting for kills for sure. Someone's going to have to put points on that board, and it looks like it's going to be me. So, you know, this is a great opportunity for me to really bring out that animal on the mat. And there's some really good guys out here that I want to get some wins over. So I'm excited about that. And
Want to drop any names?
you're going to see them. Don't worry.
Cannot wait to see it. Ryan Aiken, congrats. We cannot wait to see you in action.
The highly touted Ryan Aiken rounds out our draft. Still Caleb Crump. We're going to make that official here in a moment, but I want to talk about Ryan Aiken's interview with Alex a brief moment. It kind of explains why PGF is so different. Ryan, a veteran of some big shows. He's done well on those shows. He's talking about our secret location. PGF is different for so many reasons, and he said it's like he's in a movie set right now. Well, he hopes to be the main character of a movie-type run here this week in Las Vegas.
Yeah. Ryan's going to be a real problem. If you find yourself across the mat from Ryan Aiken, you've got one of the best grapplers in the world standing across from you. I mean, he had just that huge win at ADCC, the big submission win. We've seen him come out, and I mean, you and I have sat mat side and watched him run people over at Combat Jiu-Jitsu, at the EBI Absolutes. That was just an incredible run that he had, and he took out some giant killers at that EBI Absolute tournament. Ryan he's a lot of people's number one, and it's not an accident that he's there. He's earned that position. He's earned that confidence.
Yeah, and, you know, it was just random that he was the number 20 pick in our draft, and he kind of talked about that. He said it kind of sucked having to sit back and watch everyone come to him.
Yeah, I guess it probably did put him under a little bit of stress, but in the end, it all played out pretty good. He ends up on the New Hope team with Coach Pedro Sauer, and I think Pedro's going to have a lot of wisdom to offer to his guys. And, you know, this is a young team here, this New Hope team. Thomas, Schneider, Rivera, Hurd, Aiken, like these guys, they're going to really benefit from having somebody like Pedro in their corner all week, and, of course, Mika as well.
Absolutely. They are in it to win it. $100,000 on the line for our regular season team winner. Of course, it leads up to our playoff finale coming up on Friday for another $20,000 for the winner of our 8-man tournament. Should we finally get Caleb Crump on a team?
Yeah, let's bring Crump up here, and let's see if we can give him this 1,000 right here.
He's been so patient. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
Our final athlete for the regular PGF Season 7 draft will be Caleb Crump. Caleb, I'm going to give you the mic for a second, man, let you speak. Just tell everybody how you're feeling one more time after being intentionally walked here to the back. I think you landed on a good team, though, with that happening to you, so maybe it's like a blessing in disguise there.
Absolutely, man. I'm grateful to be here. I have no doubt God's hands is on everything, and everything happens for a reason. So now I got a chip on my shoulder, and I'm going to show out all week. Grateful to be on a great team.
Let's go, dude. Let's go. You're going to go with Entrana and Coach Carlos Machado.
Caleb Crump landing on team Entrana. Carlos Machado, the coach. And B-Mac, he says he's got a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah, I like hearing that, to be honest with you. He's in there with these experienced guys. Carlton, Asare had it, and then Porfirio. This is a really strong squad. I mean, you could make an argument that this team could win as well. I mean, just the experience of Carlton, Asare, and Haddad, and then Crump as well. I mean, he went through this. He didn't actually get out there and play, but he got to sit and watch this happen. So he knows what these guys are going through. He knows what he's going to have to do. And look at this. We're watching him. This is a guy who's got not just jiu-jitsu experience. He's a tough human being with a ton of combat experience. Caleb Crump, and he's been on a big winning streak here lately as well. So I'm very excited to see what he can bring to the table. He does land on a very strong squad. At least, to me, the second strongest squad as I just look at it. And I think some people are going to make the argument that because of the experience of Carlton, Asare, and Haddad, that in the PGF format, that this could be the strongest team.
Yeah, anything can happen during PGF match days, and they all kick off tomorrow. But before we get there, let's go back to Alex Wendling and chat with Caleb Crump.
Standing by with Caleb Crump, and you were here last season as an alternate. You got to watch Team X Marshall take it to the top, and now you're teammates with some of those folks. So how are you feeling being on a really stacked team?
I'm hyped. I'm grateful. We're going to win it again, you know?
I love that. And you have some MMA experience as well. So how do you feel like that physicality will help in the PGF season being such a gauntlet?
Yeah, I train hard all the time. I'm ready for this. Absolutely. I've been prepared, and you know, I'm grateful to have a bunch of the same teammates from the winning season last season.
Well, Caleb Crump, we can't wait to see you get it done. Good luck, my friend.
Thank you.
Caleb Crump ready to go as Season 7 kicks off tomorrow with Match Day 1 in Las Vegas. Our teams have been rounded out. All 4 have 5 members. And to talk about those teams, let's check in with the guys over at the Fantasy Corner. It's Jason Anik and the man they call Egghead.
So we're not going to crown first form quite yet here before anyone's hit the mats, are we?
I might have got a little excited, but they did do a really good job drafting. I mean, so you know, the commissioner brings up a great point. We do have 3 returning champions of the PGF from that ex-Marshall team in that Toronto team. You know, Elijah Carlton, Davis Asare, Nathan Haddad, but they're also all kind of small for this season because we did go up in size for this season. So that could be a little tough. But but adding Andre Porfirio to that group, I mean, all those guys can get subs for sure. And Crump's really hard, and tough guy because he went to Enigma Invitational 15 and he did both the 185 and the 205 tournament and got the finale in both. So he's used to dealing with lots of matches. So hey, it could be. But man, that first form team, I mean, and they tied a bow on it with Dorian, just a serious stopper. That's looking really.
And
phenomenal.
still left, what, $3,300 on the board, too.
Yeah,
so
that was amazing.
Impressive work out of Hodger Gracie, but we'll be rooting for Caleb Crump, you can be sure, to win that, get in the playoff, win that 20 grand after no one putting any respect on him here tonight.
He takes a walk, but he walks on to a great team in Toronto, and we'll see how they do as Match Day 1 kicks off tomorrow. Our draft is almost complete. It is PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. My pick is the chocolate. I like chocolate.
Oh, I like that energy one. Wait, was this it?
That's
oh,
around
yeah,
here
this is
somewhere.
mine right here. This is the one I go for.
I'm not going to lie. I like all of them.
This one's sparkling.
You're sparkling.
Thanks, TJ.
Yeah. All right. We're going to take a quick break, add some more shine to you, and get to our alternate portion of our draft. It is PGF World Season 7 live in Las Vegas.
Jiu-Jitsu is more than just a sport. It's a lifestyle. It's about community, love, and respect. And that's exactly what Epic Roll stands for. When you wear Epic Roll, you're part of something bigger, a global tribe of grapplers that are all connected from their love of the sport. Our gear was created by black belts who know exactly how important comfort and durability are when it comes to your training gear. We know once you try Epic Roll, you'll see exactly what the hype is all about. Don't just do it, be epic.
The Door Traffic Miner is a simple way to earn crypto. There are 3 easy steps. Step 1, buy a DTM. Step 2, place it in a doorway at a home or business. Step 3, collect rewards in crypto for the data you provide. Join the revolution of datapreneurs mining real-time foot traffic data around the world. Brought to you by Door Technologies, made possible by Constellations Network.
New Hope is there for fighters and their families. You are not your diagnosis. New Hope is changing the fight game. Heal faster, fight harder, compete for longer. New Hope Regeneration. Hope lives here.
$10,000 hours is a steep mountain to climb to become a master, especially when the task at hand puts a relentless demand on your body. There is nothing casual about this sport. It's all in, all effort, all focus. It takes a lot from you, but the reward is unmatched. Mastery of oneself, an acute understanding of your weaknesses with an explosive sense of your strengths. Being able to complete the climb to mastery requires the proper nutrition. This is why it's important to take in a potent blend of electrolytes that is in tune with your output and brings strength to your goals. This potent blend is only found in Salt Electrolytes. Salt targets your depleted electrolyte levels with a boost of hydration and health. It gives your body the baseline recovery it needs.
Welcome to the PGF world, where the art of jiu-jitsu meets the thrill of competition. The returning warriors are here to reclaim their thrones. Multiple-time PGF world champion Elijah Carlton, Season 5 runner-up Kamoy Anderson, PGF veterans Travis Thomas, Fedor Nikolov, Cam Hurd, and more. All back and ready to leave their mark in Season 7. And don't forget the top scorer from Season 6, Davis Asare, is hungry for more. But this season begins a new weight class. 205 pounds brings new athletes to the PGF proving grounds. Ryan Aiken, CJJ champion, ADCC veteran, looks to prove why he deserves PGF gold. IBJJF silver medalist and CJI veteran Adam Bradley joins the fray. And ADCC, CJI, and EBI veteran Kyle Bohm booked his ticket in the Nashville qualifier. And we can't forget about jiu-jitsu standouts Kyle Chambers and Paul Ardea. These athletes are ready to shake up the league and leave their marks in the PGF history books. It all goes down in Las Vegas, the fight capital of the world, starting November 3rd. The world's first professional grappling league, PGF World. It's everything you love about sports, plus jiu-jitsu.
We're back in Las Vegas. PGF World Season 7 kicks off tomorrow with match day 1. We have our main rosters locked and loaded. Now it's time to draft our alternates. It could be the biggest X factor of the season. B-Mac, do you want to outline our rules for our alternate draft?
Sure. The alternates, so everybody's back to a blank slate, 2,000 points to each coach. And it's the same process, but you only got to pick 2 guys. So we have 8 alternates to pick from. Again, predetermined order. Steven's going to share those with us, and we'll bring them up one at a time. And again, I think this alternate draft, you said it, this could be the X factor on who actually ends up with the best team.
It's the final piece to the puzzle. The alternate's about to get drafted. We go back to the block. Take it away, Stephen Aiken.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back for our alternates draft. where each team will start over fresh with 2,000 PGF points to bid on these athletes. You must have 100 points remaining to bid on an athlete. There can't be anybody that has 0, so you can't like max out your bids and not have a full team, okay? And so our first athlete up during the alternates draft, Abraham LaMontagne. All right, Abe. It's good to have you, buddy. Really quick, just why should these guys pick you as an alternate on their team?
Well, I actually think I have one of the highest sub percentages of anybody on the entire roster. I've subbed like half the people that are actually in the PGF. So there's that. I did 88 matches last year. I had a 70% sub rate. I've won 6 ADCC Opens in a row at the advanced. What else? I have 14 total medals in the ADCC Opens. I arguably could have been picked for ADCC, but they didn't want too many new wave guys. So
hey, you guys take notes. This is how you should have did this when you came up here.
100%.
All right, let's have a seat right here, Abe. Can I call you Abe? Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's start this bidding at 100 for Abe.
Someone's going to beat up Stephen Aiken.
What?
Can we go to replay?
Hey, can we
Can't
go
do
to the
two.
instant replay? I got a telestrator right here.
You have to have at least 100. I don't know what to do there.
B-Mac, you might need to get involved.
Can he choose where he wants to go if they all equally bid?
You got to make the call, Steven.
Hey, where you want to go?
Ooh.
The
Who's
shoe's on
gonna
the
host
other
me for
foot.
seminars? What are we doing here? The bidding starts with, we got seminars in Dallas, we got seminars in London. Seminars in London.
He's got a passport.
He's got me in LA. I want guaranteed. Okay, who's on your team, Hodger? That's a good team. Who do you got? Who you got? The Chicago Bulls.
Davis is mad right now.
Well,
free stem cells.
Oh man, the free stem cells.
Hold on. Let me bring this over here to Master Carlos. Let me let him make his plea, his case for this thing right here, sir.
So. This. You're going to London for a seminar, it's too far. You know, the pound for the dollar kind of sucks. I'm in Texas, bro. And plus, this guy's here, all your buds, and they are top guns, but look at me. You don't have a crystal ball. You say, oh, I'm going to go to the team that somebody might get hurt. Listen, this team here is the winning combination. So you're going to get something out of it no matter what. Hey, you got my seminar going in Texas, man. Come on now. And the other thing, too, by the way, when Gordon Ryan came to visit me, was the largest seminar that he ever had up to then. But with that said, okay, let's not talk about that. You know, you got to listen to reason. You have a good teammates here, and they need your help because it's not an assurance that with this long week that somebody may not get hurt. You want to see Davis, you know, needing you and not there, having you there? Sorry.
We got to pass the stick over here.
My friend, seminars everywhere, anywhere place. Just choose. Just choose where you want to go.
Man, this is kind of.
This is awesome.
What you gonna tell him?
I said this the same time, 1900, but I don't think I was first. So yeah, San Diego, baby, San Diego.
Do you want to say no? No. You got the Matt.
There's nothing else to say. Come to London, brother. You've been in this country long enough. Come to a new country. You need new horizons.
Matt, you want to say something too?
Oh, we got rock star money over here, brother.
That's a good point. All right, you got 5 seconds.
I'll go with Carlos Machado.
Hey, LaMontagne. to Entrana, 1,900 points.
Somehow the 21st grappler of the night was the most sought after pick, and wow, I thought we were going to have our first match a moment ago, B-Mac.
That was awesome. that was my favorite part.
There was a lot going on there, and let me just say that you're the commissioner. You're the man who's supposed to play, you know, moderator, arbitrator, if you will. B-Mac does not care about being fair if he's entertained, and you just checked out of that. You're like, Stephen Aiken, I know you're the ring announcer. Figure it out.
Yeah, he's running the auction, dude. You know, he don't need my help. He's a grown man.
Don't you dare ever do that to me, please, because I would not handle it that way. I'd probably cry.
I actually am going to look for a way to put you on the spot this week in a horribly uncomfortable fashion.
It's PGF World Season 7. You can look forward to it. Match day 1 starts tomorrow, but right now Abe's standing with Alex Wendling.
Standing by with Abraham Lamontagne. And what was the deciding factor to go to the team with Carlos Machado?
I guess I know that a lot of those guys have a lot of experience. That is, most of those people are like on the previous winning season, and I guess I kind of feel like I don't know. I guess I trust what my teammates can do. I've trained with Nathan. I've trained with Davis, so I know they're very talented and very good. A lot of high scorers on that team, and I guess it's just I could see myself getting onto that team, and they needed some bigger guys, and I think it could fit.
I thought you just didn't like the idea of London, but congratulations on that pick.
London's not bad. I'd go to London. That'd be cool. But also, Carlos has always been cool. I've known him from the past, so I've always had good relations with Carlos.
Well, we cannot wait to see what you can get done. Congrats.
All right, our draft continues. Another alternate up for bid. Will they get to pick where they go? Or I don't know what's happening anymore, B-Mac, because she was on the other foot. Let's continue on. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
Our next athlete coming up in the alternate draft, Christos Papadelos. Christos, do we expect some similar, like...
Yeah, I just kind of ended up here. Thank you, B-Mac, for bringing me out here. I love PGF. I love B-Mac. This is all so sick. Yeah, guys, I wish I could give you a good reason to drop coin on me, but it's going to be tough. So if you take me and we lose, then that's on you. But thank you, guys. Anyway.
Hey, respect, man. We're glad to have you here, Christos. We're going to open the bidding for 100 at Christos. Anyway, 1,900 for New Hope. He won. He was first, clearly. That's it. Winner, New Hope. Christos, congratulations. Sign the paper.
There you go, making it easy. New Hope Regeneration, $1,900 down for Christos Papadelos. And, man, we knew the money would be flying fast and furious. I didn't think it would be this aggressive, though, in our alternate draft here, B-Mac. These guys, they clearly have, you know, people in their sights, and they're selling out big.
Yeah, this is interesting the way this has played out. This has been pretty crazy. So Christos selling himself short. He showed out to the Austin qualifier, and he actually ran through the bracket with all submissions. The only person that he lost to was Sebastian, who won the qualifier and ended up here. So that's why he's here. He beat a bracket full, like submitted a bracket full of 205-pounders in Austin to make his way here.
All right, standing by with Christos is Alex Wendling.
And you had an awesome performance at the qualifiers, only falling short to your teammate Sebastian. And last season, all the alternates got some action in. So are you expecting to get some action and really put some points up?
Yeah, like you just mentioned, 6 out of the 8 alternates last season got to compete. I'm expecting to compete, obviously very undersized, but like you mentioned, I did the qualifier. I won every single match I competed in other than the one against my teammate in the finals. Submitted all of my opponents that I beat. So, yeah, I'm no stranger to fighting bigger guys. I know a thing or two about competing at 205. And, yeah, I'm just excited. Like I said up there, I'm just super thankful to PGF and Brandon. And this thing's going to be so big. And I just feel so blessed to be a part of it.
And it seems like there's a lot of new wave members on this season. Was this tournament something that you guys were kind of talking about and something you were excited about doing?
Not in the beginning, to be honest. I saw it on Smooth Comp. I was like, oh, there's a free comp in town. And I did it, and now I'm here. So, again, I just can't thank PGF enough, and just thankful to be here.
Yes, and now you could be fighting for $100K. Congratulations, Christos. It's going to be an amazing season.
Match day 1 just around the corner. We're still in our draft. Alternates up for bid. We'll continue it now. Stephen Aiken.
Our next alternate to come up is the Nashville qualifier. He had 4 submissions at the Nashville qualifier, guys. He didn't make it all the way through there, but that's what earned his spot here. Davis Asare. Give it up. Give it up.
This guy was really excited.
Davison, you're very dangerous at the Nashville qualifier. You weren't able to quite get all the way through there, but you really proved that you're a dangerous guy right here. Yeah, it's Kyle Bain's fault, right? Yeah, for sure. We hate that guy. He sucks. His life's bad, though, so it's okay.
I understand.
How do you feel today, and which team would you like to land on if you could choose?
How's your Grace?
Okay, well, let's go ahead and let's see if we can make that happen for you here, Davison. We'll open the bidding. 1900, first form. Congratulations, you got what you're waiting. How's your Gracie?
Well, it's easy when it goes down like that.
Yeah, it's not a ton of drama to it.
You mentioned his performance, Souza's, in the Nashville qualifier. Just to show you, if you don't necessarily win the qualifier, you still might find your way to the PGF season, and Davison did just that.
He was very exciting, very fun to watch. One of his submissions at the qualifier got over 1 million views on 2 different platforms. On YouTube, he went over 1 million. On Instagram, he went over 1 million. Just one of his matches. So he's actually a super exciting fighter. If that's any sign of what he's going to be able to do here in Season 7, then we're in for a treat watching this kid.
All right, now maybe he's going to do an interview with Alex that'll do 1 million. We'll find out. Cut a promo.
Davison, you got what you wanted. Haja Gracie is going to be your coach for the season. How are you feeling about it?
I feel really good. I'm really good. I really prepared for that competition. I'm going to show you guys my jiu-jitsu.
We can't wait to see it. Davison Souza.
Man, a few words. I like it. He'll leave the actions to be said on the mat.
Yeah, he's a man of mystery.
Yeah.
I like it.
And he made it apparent he wanted to be on Haja Gracie's team. That's where he's at. And our night continues. Draft day in Las Vegas, PGF World Season 7, Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete up for the alternate draft, Drew Dyer. Drew, glad to have you here, man. Man, what can these guys expect from you if you get a chance to go out there and play this season?
Man, I'll be ready to scrap, that's for sure. Submitted my way at the Las Vegas qualifier. Lost two tough ones to Dory, respect to him. But I'm ready to compete, and when it's my time to go, if my name gets called, I'll be ready to go for sure.
All right, Drew, let's go ahead and have a seat, man. We'll go ahead and open up the bidding for Drew at 100. Does anybody have 100? 100? Anybody 200? 200. Anybody, you're the only one with money, right? 200. Sold Drew to Constellation.
Constellation Network getting Drew. And I still think it's amazing that Dean Lister's using a black belt as a sling.
He's crazy, dude. Yeah.
All right.
That was Drew Dyer going to Team Constellation. And listen, man, Drew was really exciting in the Vegas qualifier. Like he said, he only lost to Dory, and Dory's the first person we've ever had come from the losers bracket, the Constellation bracket, and win, because the qualifiers are all double elimination. And we've never had anybody come out of the losers bracket and make it into to win the championship and win their way onto the PGF. Drew actually beat Dory one of the matches during the qualifier. Pretty controversial, I have to admit, but it did count as a win. So let's get over there and find out what's going on with Drew.
Alex, take it away.
Standing by with Drew, and you just told me that Dean is part of your guys' surf fight family, so how awesome is it to be picked by him?
Perfect, right where I want to be. Joel, Majid, Jeff, they'll all be happy that I'm with Dean. I'm happy I'm with Dean, and I hope I get a chance to scrap.
And what is it like training with a guy like Jeff Glover and being coached by him? I love him and his dog, Liz.
Yeah, Liz is the best, first and foremost. But, it's great. We have a lot of really great jiu-jitsu minds under our little roof on the 101 in Del Mar. So a lot of good jiu-jitsu. Stoked to be here, and hope I get to show out some of the stuff that Jeff, Majid, and Joel have taught me over the years.
Yeah, the alternates from last season got some action in. So are you anticipating that you're going to get in, and what is the mindset going in?
Yeah, I mean, since I lost in the qualifier, I've been anticipating that I was going to get in, being ready to get in, and so my mindset is that there will be an opportunity at some point this week, and I'm going to be ready to go for sure.
Well, Drew, we cannot wait to see it. A very strong team you're going in with.
Thank you.
Draft day continues here in Las Vegas, halfway through our alternate picks. 4 down, 4 to go. For our next athlete up for bid, we go back to Stephen Aiken.
Our next grappler up for the alternate draft, out of the Austin qualifier, Jack Bidwell. Jack, it's great to have you here, man. What can these guys expect from you if they put you on their team and you get a chance to play?
I'm strong, I'm fast, I'm excited. I'm the youngest person in the draft, so I'm looking to make a name for myself. Yeah.
He's ready to put everybody on notice, the youngest guy here. Last season, that really paid a dividend for somebody, if you guys were watching. So we'll open up the bidding here for Mr. Jack at 100. Does anybody have 100 for Jack? 100 first form. 200 Constellation. That's it. Nobody else can beat him. Constellation wins. 200 Jack Bidwell. Congratulations.
Dean Lister and Constellation Network getting Jack Bidwell $200, and no one else really had any money, B-Mac.
Yeah, everybody else is just left with 100. So I'm actually curious how that's going to play out with these last 3. It's going to have to be like a fight for the last guy every time.
Are you going to insert yourself and put on poor Stephen Aiken?
I like watching the chaos, to be honest with you. It pleases me.
Like I said, you're all about that entertainment factor. If you're entertained, everybody wins.
Yeah, it's good.
It's almost like you own the whole thing, and it's yours. You're the commissioner.
It's true.
It's true. All right. Alex, take it away.
Jack Bidwell planning to bring that youth and that energy, and you have been coached and training with Andrew Tackett, who is coming off of the most exciting match in jiu-jitsu ever. So what kind of energy are you looking to bring into the PGF season?
I'm definitely looking to bring a lot of that energy that you see with the Tackett brothers. I've been training with them basically daily. Really been upping my game. I'm young and I'm fast and I'm strong, but I'm also very technical, so I'm excited to bring all that.
Yes, definitely so much talent over there in Austin, and it is going to be a long season. Injuries can happen, so I'm sure you're going to be staying mentally ready for the call out whenever it comes.
Yeah, absolutely. If I get the opportunity to go in, I'm going to take the ball and run with it, so I'm not just here to sit around. So
Love it. Well, Jack Bidwell, we cannot wait to see the action. Congrats, my friend.
We'll see if Jack gets into our regular season. Match day 1 is tomorrow, but still 3 more athletes to be drafted here in our alternate draft. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
Our next athlete up for the alternate draft out of the Nashville qualifier, Jacob Howarth. Jacob, glad to have you here, dude. What can these guys expect if you end up on their team and you get a chance to play?
I just want to tell everyone at home, I feel like I represent the people. I'm a 30-year-old accountant from Ohio that clearly needs therapy, but there's a reason I'm here, and I'm excited to get a chance to step out there and put on a show.
The people's champ. Let's go ahead and get this thing started, Jacob. Anybody got 100 for Jacob? Oh, the cameraman was kind of blocking you. I'm going to have to go with New Hope for the 100. New Hope wins 100.
New Hope Regeneration getting Jacob Howarth. I mean, it's basically who puts their hand up first.
Yeah,
man.
that's what it's going to have to be at this point. Jacob's tough, though, man. He had a really good showing at the Nashville qualifier. I took a lot of guys out of that Nashville qualifier. We took Kyle came out of there. Kyle Boehm came out of there. And then Davison, Jacob, Schneider came out of there. That was that was the most stacked qualifier that we had of all of the ones that we ran in the preseason. So he looked great at a stacked qualifier. What can you say?
All right, now Jacob standing by with Alex.
Jacob Howarth being an alternate for Team New Hope Regeneration, who is also the stem cell service that will be providing stem cells to the winning team of the season. So how does that feel knowing that you're going to their team?
I'm definitely going to need it. I'm 30 years old, so keep that in mind. But it's better than gym class because I wasn't the last pick. So
Yes, and you said that you needed some therapy as well. But how much is jiu-jitsu your therapy? And once you're going to get to go in there, that'll be the therapy over there.
So I want to be clear. I don't think jiu-jitsu is therapy, but I do like to phrase it like this. If you go into jiu-jitsu class and let's say, everything you're carrying is baggage and it's very heavy, when you walk out, those bags are a lot lighter. So that's what I love about it.
I feel you 100%, and I think a lot of people watching at home can resonate with that message as well. Jacob, congrats. We cannot wait to see what you do this season.
There he is, Jacob, ready to answer the call should it be made in our regular season.
You know what I didn't like?
What?
I didn't like how he kept saying, I'm 30, like that was old.
I know. I'm 10 years older than that.
I thought you were way older than that.
Just 10. Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete up from the alternate draft out of the Las Vegas qualifier, Chris Olivo.
Ooh. By far the swaggiest dude at the draft.
What's up, brother? You been sitting over there patiently waiting, looking all fly, ready to go, huh? What can we expect from you this season?
Ooh, a lot of dynamicness. A lot of you guys don't know me. I'm a Drysdale black belt. Super dangerous. I'm here to mess you guys up, to be honest with you.
That's what's up. Let's go ahead. We'll open it up really quick at 100 to Entrana. Entrana wins. Chris Olivo, Mr. Carlos Machado.
Dude, they got Abe and Chris as their alternates. That's a big win for Entrana.
And just look at it. He got the looks to kill.
And cut a nice little promo, too. What's up?
He didn't even get to sit down. $100. Gone. Team Entrana. I should dress like that, B-Mac. I'll look younger if I dress like that.
I don't think any of us want that at all, TJ. I actually think that that's one of the worst things that's ever been said on a broadcast of any variety.
It's going to be a long week with you here in Las Vegas.
Indeed.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to Alex.
Is joining me now. You're looking fresh. You're looking fly. Thank you. And now you're being added to Carlos Machado's team, which is a stacked team. How do you feel about that?
Feels good. That was a winning team last time, so I'm excited to be a part of a winning team. I'm here to let my demons out, and looks like we got some demons on that team, so.
And you're representing Zenith Jiu-Jitsu. So what do you plan to showcase this PGF season?
Man, I'm good everywhere. I'm super dynamic. I can wrestle. I can footlock you. I can grab your neck. I can choke you. I can smack you in the face. Like, we're going to scrap wherever it goes. I'm fine there. I don't care.
Well, we can't wait to see it, Chris. I can't wait to see how the outfits continue on throughout the rest of the time.
Appreciate you guys.
I think Chris might have watched a previous season of PGF when someone smacked someone in the face really hard. Remember when that happened last season?
That happened a lot last season.
That's true, yeah. Especially when Jet Thompson was on the mat. He was getting hit a lot because he was
Andy gave him the sauce in the final, remember? Everybody got really upset about that. They did not like that.
Oh, man, we get to kick it all off again tomorrow. It's so exciting.
Dude, Chris cut the best promo so far, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot to admire about Chris's style.
Yeah.
On the mat, off the mat.
This is big, though, honestly. The two, and we said before, the whole thing could come down to who has the best alternates.
Right.
It's going to be hard to beat those two. Abe and Chris as your alternates. And then your squad is Carlton, Asare, Haddad, Porfirio, and Crump. That's pretty serious, man. That's a pretty serious squad.
Well, we close out our draft with one familiar face, one man left to find a team. Back to the block with Stephen Aiken.
Our final athlete up for the alternate draft is a PGF veteran for multiple seasons, and he was an active member of the Epic Roll winning team in Season 5, Sam Schwartzapfel. And as Sam's making his walk down here, I know he's really excited. Sam, you're going to end up with Hodger on first form.
That's right where I wanted to be.
I know that. How you feeling now?
I feel good. Yeah.
What can we expect from you?
Say I'm already picked, so 3 for 3 with the best guys. So I'm happy to be there.
All right, let's go. We'll bring you guys on up here. We'll make it official. Sign in, take some little pictures. Congratulations.
Not his first rodeo, but he's on team first form. Sam Schwartzapfel finding a home with Roger Gracie. Sam has been a staple here in PGF, and excited to see him potentially back in Season 7 should he get the call.
Yeah, Sam's very exciting. He's always good for a couple of highlights in his matches. And if he had a video that went super viral on a knee tap to arm lock that he hit at the US when they went over to Kazakhstan. You know what I mean? Anyway, he had a video that went super viral. He always hits that knee tap into the arm lock. He did it at PGF in both seasons that he's been in as well. So, yeah, Sam looking to get crazy out there.
Not his first rodeo. We'll see if the call comes for Sam to take the mat in one of our match days. The call now comes for him to do an interview with Alex.
standing by with Sam Schwartz, and he's rocking that Pro Pen gear. I'm assuming you won't be on the Pro Pen stuff, or maybe you will because you're an alternate, so you could just be chilling on the sideline.
Either way, yeah, it's going to be used.
How are you feeling being chosen for Hodge's team? That's a pretty stacked team.
Yeah, I don't even know who's on the team. I can't keep track. It goes so slow, and I get so tired. But
Have you been affected by the contact high of Eddie Bravo or something? You can't remember who's on the team.
I needed to go about I think I took 3 breaks to go take dabs in my car. So.
Well, it's going to be an amazing season. Congrats on being chosen for that team, Team First Form. It's going to be an amazing season. Sam Schwartz.
A familiar face, to say the least. Sam Schwartzfeld, the final member to be drafted on Team Hodger Gracie's First Form team. They are the alternate, or he is the alternate for their team, and they're a front runner to say the least, BMAC. We saw them come out aggressive in our draft, and it's safe to say many people are already buzzing about what Roger Gracie's team could do.
I think when you look on paper, that's got to be your pick. Like if you're making bets on who's going to come out with the $100,000, I would put my money down on that First Form team. They look phenomenal on paper. But I got to say, that Intrana team, because of the way the alternates shook out, that could be a serious factor. I think that actually will be a very serious factor. And I think that, it just depends on how it plays out, Those alternates are going to get some playing time. And those alternates, like Abe said, he's beaten a lot of the guys that are actually on the roster at some point.
Yeah, we were talking earlier, and Egghead standing by with Jason Anik in the fantasy corner. Egg, you were talking about the alternates. Last year, we had 8 sitting ready on the sideline, and 6 of them actually saw regular season action.
That's right, and actually it did change how the season went. Because last season, we had some people that, those alternates were a little bit lower quality competitors. They're still great, but they just weren't quite the same class. And so when those guys started coming in, well, the other teams were just licking their lips, and they were getting those kills. So you saw the opposing teams when they got a chance to go after the alternates. They made a lot of points, but as kind of pointed out here, man, if Abe gets in, I don't think the other teams will be licking their lips.
Yeah, I mean, you said to me, Abraham better go for 1,900 right before, and sure enough, all 4 coaches right out of the gate. So it'll be interesting. But BMAC, your point's well taken. I think we'll see those guys, and I can't wait to see all these boys scrap. No more of this. Let's get on the mats.
I honestly thought we were going to see our first match during that alternate
I thought Carlos
draft.
was going to fight somebody.
Yeah. I mean, he was ready to take down it. I mean, he argued for Abe. He made a good case. And
he got up out of his chair. Yeah. He came after Steven, dude. Steven, you almost had to fight Carlos Machado tonight. That was close.
His mic's off. That's all right.
That was crazy, dude. That was my favorite moment of the draft, I think, is when he got rowdy and tried to come after Steven.
We always talk about how draft night is one of the best nights for PGF. Everything kicks off here. The teams, come to form, and we get ready for a very exciting week of jiu-jitsu. But it's still funny how the best night of a jiu-jitsu event doesn't really actually feature any jiu-jitsu.
Well, it's the best night in that it's totally unique and totally different.
It's different.
But let's be honest.
Yeah.
Nothing beats live sports. And the PGF is everything you love about sports plus jiu-jitsu. And we're going to get a lot of jiu-jitsu going down this week. 120 matches. So listen, here's how it's going to go down. Every night this week, Monday through Thursday, at 4 p.m. Vegas time, the regular season's going down. Each team's going to march out there. We're going to have 30 matches every night, and it's all going down free on YouTube. TJ, you can't forget about the fantasy app, pgf.global, free to play fantasy, but you can even get in and get a little skin in the game, play for some prizes. pgf.global, you can sign up tonight. All the schedule, all the teams, all the fantasy, that'll all be up and running. Me and Keelan are going to get in and crunch these numbers and put all the stuff into the computers, and we're going to produce a schedule. And when we wake up tomorrow, it's all going to be done and ready to go, and PGF will be ready to kick off. The pleasantries are done. The pageantry is done.
Right.
The mink coat wearing is over. tomorrow is when the action really starts.
It's match day 1. You mentioned 4 regular season match days, all available for you, 4 p.m. Pacific on YouTube. And then after we crown a regular season team winner, which will, by the way, split $100,000, we give way to an 8-man, one-night EBI rules tournament to crown our individual winner. Another $20,000 is on the line. And, man, you have to expect the unexpected. It is the Gauntlet, the most unique week in submission grappling, and it's live here in Las Vegas. It's must-see TV night after night after night, and the draft definitely delivered as well. I just want to say, B-Mac, I think our coaches were incredibly well-studied. They were prepared tonight, and we saw them, strategically work their way to what could be a $100,000 payday for their teams.
I'm really excited about the way this all shook out. Honestly, TJ, I'm just ready to get to work tonight and see what the schedule looks like so we can start talking about these matchups.
All right, so are we done? Are we going to wrap up here?
I think let's wrap it, dude.
Yeah?
Yeah, I got work to do, man. I got a long night in front of me.
The commish, he's a hardworking man here in Las Vegas. So, again, the go-home message, PGF Match Day 1 tomorrow, live, 4 p.m. on YouTube, 4 p.m. Pacific. That's 7 in the East. You do not want to miss a single match of PGF Season 7. $100,000 is on the line, and it goes down tomorrow right here for Match Day 1 in Las Vegas.
Hey, what happens on Friday, though, before we go?
I said we gives way to our 8-man tournament.
Is it going to be on UFC Fight Pass?
It is on UFC Fight Pass, yes,
That's
sir.
the big thing that we got to make sure you guys know. You have to be a subscriber to UFC Fight Pass to watch the playoff finale. So make sure you get on there. There's a lot of good reasons to sign up for Fight Pass.
Well, grappling is turning out to be one of them. You think UFC, you think mixed martial arts. We just got done with the Fight Pass Invitational. Another one's headed their way.
They got wrestling over there now?
That's true. Wrestling's
That's
there.
fine. The
Yeah.
Fight Library?
Yeah.
That's minding your thing.
Ground control, you and I do that over there. There's a lot of things to like about UFC Fight Pass.
Follow PGF on all platforms. Follow us on X. Follow us on Instagram, YouTube. It's all at PGF World. Throw us out of here, TJ.
Hashtag PGF7. All right, for the commission, B-Mac, Brandon McCatherine, I'm TJ DeSantis. For Jason Anik, Egghead, we'll see you tomorrow right here in Las Vegas. It's PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut.
The Door Traffic Miner is a simple way to earn crypto. There are 3 easy steps. Step 1, buy a DTM. Step 2, place it in a doorway at a home or business. Step 3, collect rewards in crypto for the data you provide. Join the revolution of datapreneurs mining real-time foot traffic data around the world. Brought to you by Door Technologies, made possible by Constellations Network.
New hope is there for fighters and their families. You are not your diagnosis. New hope is changing the fight game. Heal faster, fight harder, compete for longer. New Hope Regeneration. Hope lives here.
for life. 10,000 hours is a steep mountain to climb to become a master, especially when the task at hand puts a relentless demand on your body. There is nothing casual about the sport. It's all in, all effort, all focus. It takes a lot from you, but the reward is unmatched. mastery of oneself, an acute understanding of your weaknesses with an explosive sense of your strengths. Being able to complete the climb to mastery requires the proper nutrition. This is why it's important to take in a potent blend of electrolytes that is in tune with your output and brings strength to your goals. This potent blend is only found in Salt Electrolytes. Salt targets your depleted electrolyte levels with a boost of hydration and health. It gives your body the baseline recovery it needs.
Jiu-Jitsu is more than just a sport. It's a lifestyle. It's about community, love, and respect. And that's exactly what Epic Roll stands for. When you wear Epic Roll, you're part of something bigger, a global tribe of grapplers that are all connected from their love of the sport. Our gear was created by black belts who know exactly how important comfort and durability are when it comes to your training gear. We know once you try Epic Roll, you'll see exactly what the hype is all about. Don't just do it, be epic.
Welcome to the PGF world, where the art of jiu-jitsu meets the thrill of competition. The returning warriors are here to reclaim their thrones. Multiple-time PGF world champion Elijah Carlton, Season 5 runner-up Kamoy Anderson, PGF veterans Travis Thomas, Fedor Nikolov, Cam Hurd, and more, all back and ready to leave their mark in Season 7. And don't forget the top scorer from Season 6, Davis Asare, is hungry for more. But this season begins a new weight class. 205 pounds brings new athletes to the PGF proving grounds. Ryan Aiken, CJJ champion, ADCC veteran, looks to prove why he deserves PGF gold. IBJJF silver medalist and CJI veteran Adam Bradley joins the fray. And ADCC, CJI, and EBI veteran Kyle Boehm booked his ticket in the Nashville qualifier. And we can't forget about jiu-jitsu standouts Kyle Chambers and Paul Ardea. These athletes are ready to shake up the league and leave their marks in the PGF history books. It all goes down in Las Vegas, the fight capital of the world, starting November 3rd. The world's first professional grappling league, PGF World. It's everything you love about sports, plus jiu-jitsu.
Hours is a steep mountain to climb to become a master, especially when the task at hand puts a relentless demand on your body. There's nothing casual about the sport. It's all in, all effort, all focus. It takes a lot from you, but the reward is unmatched. Mastery of oneself, an acute understanding of your weaknesses with an explosive sense of your strengths. Being able to complete the climb to mastery requires the proper nutrition. This is why it's important to take in a potent blend of electrolytes that is in tune with your output and brings strength to your goals. This potent blend is only found in Salt Electrolytes. Salt targets your depleted electrolyte levels with a boost of hydration and health. It gives your body the baseline recovery it needs.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? It is your friendly neighborhood BJJ podcast, Rafa Esparza,
back here with the official draft post show for the PGF Season 7. I hope you enjoyed the draft. I don't know how many surprising things happened. I lost count after the first, the second, the third, the fourth, but we're here to recap that for you, and I'm joined by my good friends, Tim Freeman. Tim, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great, Raph. We saw the draft shape up in a very interesting way, and we also saw the best and worst dress of the evening for the draft today, man.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Now we're going to go back on over to Kevin Sherrill. Kevin, you like to fancy yourself the handsomest. Who would you say was the handsomest person here today? Me. Not you. You cannot be one of the people.
Why? You're an employee.
You're an employee of this.
You asked handsomest person here today.
You hear that? How they try to silence me? They don't want to hear the answers.
Legitimately, your answer was worth silencing. So I'm just giving you this as a credit back to be decorumed. So what I want to say here is this. If it's not you, take yourself out of the equation because you're not in the competition. Who was the most handsome person today?
It's between Paul Ardea and Travis Thomas.
I was about to say, there's 28 people. You could say any one of those names, and I would have been like, great, moving on.
I certainly can't say any one of those names. Let's be real.
Good Lord.
There's a lot of names that don't quite qualify, sir.
You know what? Let's go to the actual board for our discussion right now. We have a couple different interview topics for today, but the first thing that I wanted to bring to the panel is as such for our topic discussions. So, the first question that we're looking for on the next scene is going to be the topic. So this should be on the scenes preview. I'm waiting for it to adjust, and we'll see it here shortly because I think we had it just a few seconds ago. There we go. Topic number 1, which is as follows. Who has the best team? Now, literally, I have a feeling on who most people are going to pick here, but I'm intrigued to hear who you guys think has the best team. Tim, I'm going to start with you.
Well, from my analysis, looking at it, I think there's a couple teams that could be near the top, but the one that stands out is First Form. They have a super strong team with Paul Ardea, Adam Bradley, Kyle Chambers, Kyle Bame, and Dory Owen. Those 4 dudes, the first 4 guys, they're not going to have to fight each other now, which is top notch. I think they have the strongest team. I think that New Hope might surprise some people, and I think that Intrana has a very strong team as well. But First Form for me is at the top.
Kevin, what are your thoughts?
First Form's got the strongest team. When you're looking at it on paper, you've got Paul Ardea, Adam Bradley, Kyle Chambers, Kyle Bame, Dory Allen. And 2 of the guys that are going on that list, Dory and Adam Bradley, are 2 of the hardest guys to submit in this PGF. And like Tim said, those are people that the guys that are going to go out and put up numbers, Paul, Kyle, and Kyle, they're going to put up numbers. Those are your submission hunters. Not to say Dory and Adam Bradley can't get submissions. Those are your submission hunters. They're not going to have to go against the stalwart defense of their other 2 teammates. It's a really solid pickup.
Agree. Thank you for that. I mean, listen, I feel like they took a pretty big lead here today. It is going to be interesting to see how First Form does. Just because you have the best team on paper doesn't necessarily mean you're going to automatically win. There's a lot of matches that are going to go by, but a lot of those people being on the same team, it does bring an interesting question for the rest of the week. So there is that. Gentlemen, we're now going to go to our second topic here. And what people don't know is that while the draft was going on, we actually were conducting interviews here at the desk. So I'd like for us to talk a little bit about that. We interviewed about 10 of the athletes, and you'll get to see these interviews a little bit later. But I'd like to ask the group here, what did we learn about the athletes? Kevin, I'll start with you.
I think a lot of these guys have put a lot more effort into it than in previous seasons. I think they're a little more locked in on the process. There were a lot of people talking about bring up the quality of the show. I think we learned that the auction works. The random draft auction, that's fantastic. It keeps people locked in throughout the entire show. Nobody was walking away saying, oh, all right, the top picks are all gone, the exciting stuff, I'll just see whatever happens. There were too many guys, too many good guys still on the board. When you have Ryan Aiken at 20th, nobody's walking away.
Very nice. Thank you for that. I'll ask this on over to you, Tim. What is it that we learned about the athletes as we were doing our interviews?
I think we learned a few things about the athletes, and I think Kevin hit the nail on the head with the random draft order. We also learned some things about the coaches, right? We saw some panic spending after Paul Ardea was picked up early. We saw some dudes go pretty hot after that, where people realized, like, oh man, I'm gonna have to spend some of this money. The other thing about the athletes that I found super interesting is that there are alliances being formed across the teams.
Yeah.
And we saw this happen a little bit in season 6 with Elijah Carlton, and I believe Nathan Haddad had a deal kind of worked out.
Kevin Beering.
Oh, Kevin Beering, sorry. Nathan wouldn't get caught up in that kind of garbage.
That shady business.
Yeah, shady.
That man's a Boy Scout.
That's Carlton business right there. Yeah, we saw that kind of happen last year, and now we're seeing it again this year. And as it was alluded to in our interviews, it might be involving more than 2 guys.
Mm-hmm.
So you're starting to see this kind of branch out where they're trying to hedge their bets against going home with a very light bag.
Yeah, there was a moment in the pre-show where I nudged him and I pointed out Elijah and 3 other people huddled up together chatting.
Yeah.
And gave him the little, like, take a look at this. I wonder what's going on.
That's what that was.
That's why I said I'll bet you your share. I know who the other 3 are.
It's all coming together, Kevin.
Yeah, man.
Very wise.
Listen, not just a hat rack.
That's the first thing everybody thought of. You know, intriguing that you guys would answer that way, because I was hoping you guys would be able to give our audiences some information from the interviews that we conducted here, because we did 10. So that's a lot of the athletes. We learned a little bit about the collusion. That was something, or at least the money that could be divided up a little bit later. But I was wondering if there's anything in particular from the athletes, maybe that they didn't get a sense of their personality. And I'll start with you, Kevin. Did we learn anything new about their personalities while they were chatting with us?
Nope.
Okay. Good topic. All right. I think we did not go to broadcasting school. The degree is still in the mail.
It's online.
Tim, isn't it ever? Tim, what did we learn about the personalities of the athletes and the characters that will be in front of us this week?
Well, a couple things. One is that Davis Asare knows that he's underweight, and he really doesn't care. He's happy to be here, and he wants to be here, and I think he wants to show out. The other thing, I hate to keep going back to this guy, but Elijah Carlton seems to have found some type of redemption. He is the happiest version of himself that I've ever seen, especially compared to last season.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was just salty and angry with a rock in his shoe last season. And this year, he's a much different guy. He's actually enjoyable to be around. Kevin and Elijah shared a mic, which is insane.
And that's not a euphemism. It was this mic. We needed to use it because we were down one.
Oh, okay. You were just, I was like, why would anybody think it's a euphemism? I don't think given your history with them, I don't think anybody was going to be like, you know what? I bet that means they slang D's. Like, that's not quite what anybody was imagining here. But if you needed to clarify it for the audience, kudos to you, sir.
Yeah, nice work, Kevin.
Nonetheless, I think that one of the interesting things that we'll put up these interviews a little bit later, but one of the things that I found consistent was that we did throw some questions at the guys, wondering what their mentality was. And I think getting a little bit of that intel shows us the type of characters and the narratives that are going to come out this week. So we had previews as to what you may be seeing in the near future. But we're not done with interviews. We actually thought we'd do 2 in person right now, and for 2 very different reasons. So we're actually going to have you guys go get our interviewees, while I'm going to go ahead and talk to you guys about our good friends over at Salt Electrolytes. You know, it was very nice to actually today get to meet the beautiful people at Salt Electrolytes. And I got to tell you this right here. It says for you to go earn your salt. And if you guys ever need a refuel or anything that helps you feel a little bit energized, like the blip on our computer screens right now, this is what helps you stay alive. So shout out to the good people over at Salt. And while we got a minute here, shout out to the good friends over at New Hope Generation, because they legitimately gave us this bag, and we'll get to the contents when we do our second interview. But right now, listen, what can I say about our guest here? This dude has about 12 different names on his Instagram profile. Now, you may know him as the master of the A block, but we bring him on right now. Abe Lamontagne, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing really good. It was pretty fun.
Dude, there was a bidding war that happened for the alternates. Do you mind telling us exactly what was going on and kind of share your side of what was happening there?
I think just a lot of people kind of new in there. I think if they did research beforehand, pretty obviously it seemed like they had known about me, or one of their already pre-picked people were probably already in their ears saying, hey, pick Abe. He's going to be the best alternate, because I think a lot of them could have seen me actually on the actual roster.
So let me ask this. When they were saying those things to you, do you mind recapping what exactly was being promised to you? Like, what exactly was being thrown your way? Because I'm not sure everybody could pick it up or understood what was going on.
Yeah, I was having fun. I was just like, it's not often that the lights are on you and everything like that, so you just got to have your moment. A lot of the time just coming out here, it's about having fun, doing a good time. It's entertaining, right? So I went up there and I was just like, I got 4 amazing coaches all asking to have me on their team, and I'm just sitting over here. I was like, I can make it interesting. How often at basically a slave auction does the slave get to pick his own?
Let's
yeah.
That's
slave auction. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's not the official PGF take on what we're doing here.
So I wanted to go to a good home. That's
a gladiator.
There we go. That's a good one.
I wanted to go to a good home.
I wanted to go to a good home. That's a little bit better.
Yeah. But I had a lot of respect. I was trying to think, which team am I going to be able to get on as an alternate? You're not promised this roles or any matches or anything.
Yep.
So to me, I definitely think I could kind of flex the fact that I'm the biggest guy on that team. Be like, hey, you need me in there. I'm more durable. A lot of these smaller guys, they're tough. They're very technical, but they're going to want some breaks, and they're going to want someone that they know is not going to get subbed, and someone that can go out there and do some damage themselves. Whereas the other team, I actually think there are a lot of very large guys on that. It would be harder for me as an alternate to see myself replacing some of them, whereas I think I could make a better argument for doing that. Plus, they also had a bunch of people who previously won. A lot of people I know can get submissions. I train with Davis all the time. He's a stud. I've trained with Nathan, stud. So, and Elijah's done very, very well. So,
do you feel like Davis was in their ears? Do you think Davis was like, yo, I want my friend?
He was in their ears. He was, if he wasn't saying it, he was doing sign language. Yeah.
It is very funny because whenever you do have real life teammates on a team as well, you get to carry that team with you. So you guys are kind of starting the culture of the team as people who already train together.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the cool thing, because at least 3 people train out of New Wave. At times Nathan's not always there, but he's like a cousin. He's a guy who comes and visits and everything, but me and Davis are at the home base. So just really nice to already have that kind of team cohesiveness. I feel like there's something about teamwork that kind of brings it. I've been in quintets and stuff before. And there's definitely a nice kind of aspect to having homogeny on a team. If everybody wants the other one to succeed, the coaches on the side, the people saying all the things. So I felt like it has a lot of it's a very homogenous team in that way. So
Understood.
I think it's going to really help us.
Tim,
you've trained jiu-jitsu for a long time. You've been around lots of coaches. Coaches like to give advice, especially the jiu-jitsu coaches. Is this the first time a coach has offered you tax advice that you would actually take?
It's definitely considerable. Jiu-jitsu as a career path is more than just about being good at techniques in jiu-jitsu. You got to know how to work with people and negotiate and all kinds of stuff. So I'm always open to new information.
So Carlos Machado offering you tax advice was one of the things that kind of weighed on your decision.
Probably was one of the biggest things. You got to go out there and you got to be like, oh, tax is very important. I got some student debt. I was actually in a PhD program and it wasn't free. So you got to find ways to cut corners and make some money in the sport.
Take that, nerd.
What a strategic bid by Carlos Machado.
Yeah. I'm in Austin. He's in Dallas. I saw the seminars were way more likely there. I was 3 hours or a 16-hour flight to London. What do I got to get that flight too? Sorry, Hodger. So
what if Hodger had actually thrown in the flight? Would that have changed things
for you? That would have changed some things. But he needed to up his negotiating power.
Was he going to also give you tax advice though?
British taxes probably work a little bit differently. We Americans, we don't like taxes, And so,
Kev.
Yeah, I hear that was a sticking point at some point in history, the whole taxation differences between us and Britain. Yeah, so I don't know if you paid attention to last season, but every single team had an alternate pop in.
Yeah.
Every single one. The likelihood you get in there might actually be, I don't know that you're going to have to make your case. Yeah. That said, if you were who's the teammate?
I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be. I actually think what they want to do is kind of use me. It's like football. They have second string and third string.
interesting.
So what I think
Particular
they want to do is like, we
matchups.
don't want to like just say, hey, hopefully you get hurt. We want to say, let's try to do the best kind of skill matchups. Maybe my skill set or somebody else's skill set would be better to get the kind of like net. It's like the Moneyball game. Like play Moneyball in this. Like who can we put in here that'll give us the total net positive gain the most? So maybe sometimes it'll be good to give me a break. It's 5 days, so it's going to be a lot of energy, a lot of beating on each other. Everybody wants to make money. Everybody wants to come out here and compete, show off their skills. So I think that could be one alternative strategy where you can kind of treat it like a team of 7 as opposed to a team of 5.
Smooth Comp randomly selects the matches, right? It's going to put them out for the next 4 days. But if a coach puts you in as an alternate, those are matchups he could actually control because he knows who the matchups are.
So if they get somebody like let's say like Andre is,
It's like
Nick,
it's a
they can
bad
always switch him
matchup.
out.
It's a bad matchup.
That would be
for him.
interesting. Yeah,
So
definitely.
theoretically, based on what we were told last season, illegal.
Injuries only.
However, should be legal. And Brandon, being a reasonable man, might be open to this conversation. I think it holds a lot of weight there. I really think suddenly this game becomes much more strategic. It becomes much more interesting. And your alternates are really suddenly extremely valuable.
important.
We may have to suddenly start building a 7-man roster from the initial budget.
Interesting. That's just
Can
an
we do that
interesting
math?
tactic we're starting to see played out, purposely played out. These coaches are paying attention.
I like the idea of being like, LeBron's going to take a little bit of a breather.
Yeah.
But we're going to bring up our starting B team now coming in.
Yeah, do you guys basketball fans, you guys know Jamal Crawford, the perennial sixth man.
Sixth man, yeah.
Dude, when you needed a scorer, he's not great defensively, so you had to use him piece by piece. Same way James Harden was used by Oklahoma City, back when he was with Kevin Durant and Westbrook. Like, you'd put him in when you needed a particular lineup. It's a very common strategy in basketball. I think it should make its way to jiu-jitsu.
There's counting strategies. Like some people are just going to be the kind of people you just know, hey, this guy's not going to get subbed, and maybe we want to make this guy who's more likely to sub somebody like the kind of guy you want. So
Interesting.
It's like rock, paper, scissors, and sometimes both people pick rock.
Yeah. You put your shooter in against the couchables, and then when you get somebody who's a monster, you throw out somebody who's not going to get subbed.
You
Throw
wanna
out your stopper.
Minimize
Nice.
or maximize skill discrepancy.
Abe, what is the likelihood we end up seeing an A block here? Because you keep score, and you're very good at it.
Yeah.
But leg locks are a little less than kills.
Well, I would say if I was a weatherman, calling for rain.
Jesus Christ. I hope that you were working that line and waiting for the right opportunity to say it all week. But
He's
well
said it in
played.
4 interviews this week alone.
Yeah, 100%.
You got to have a warm-up interview, then the next one. You get some
Right.
momentum behind you when you're talking to people.
No. I get it. I get
But,
it.
No, chances are it's there. Like it's going to be cloudy with a 70% chance of precipitation.
70% chance. I like the weatherman aspect of this. I was not expecting that to
I'm
be.
gonna rain on their days.
You know,
Hope they have a parade.
let me ask this. The other thing I want to make sure is this is a character-based sort of competition. What is it that people need to know about you? Like, look into your camera right over there. Like, what is it that the people need to know about you, sir?
I don't know. I think I'm a pretty well-rounded guy. I dance. I'm a big dancer, and I think it shows a lot of my spiritedness in my jiu-jitsu. Very creative. I think oftentimes larger fellows like myself are reduced down to just unga boonga, big guy stuff, but I think I have a very creative, interesting game. A lot of people think all he does is A-blocks, but I also do bachata. That's pretty cool. Salsa. But I got some other things, movement, footwork, that kind of thing. So coming at you.
Well, dude, that's really good to hear, and I'm excited at the opportunity, the thought of you getting to compete. I hope nothing bad happens. So,
watch me get
at the
destroyed.
same point. Wait, did you say you were just hoping for one person to get injured? Is that what you were saying a little bit earlier?
It seems like my team might be commendable to some rotations, so, no need to.
Oh, yeah. Listen, you know what? Play your game how you need to, okay? I'm just saying, I think what you learned today is people are not above a good negotiation.
100%.
So maybe you just need to negotiate the right way to your team to get your spotlight on.
All I'm thinking is that I wish PGF used real money in the bidding, and then we got the money. That would be kind of cool. like 1900 right off the bat?
So
Not
they
saying you
used to do that.
Yeah?
And it gets crazy.
I bet it gets real crazy.
Bro,
Could you
you get
imagine?
so butthurt.
I'm just
Yeah,
like
yeah,
sitting
yeah.
here and I'm like mad that I got only 200.
The budget, dude, the
Yeah.
budgets used to be way smaller. Season 5, I went for $900 or like $1,100
Yeah, that's a
something.
good
I was like,
amount.
hell yeah, hell yeah.
I'll take that.
And then last season, I went for $100, and I was like, thank God.
Because then you got to see the big oyster. You can't just look at the little one. But it's nice to have some guaranteed profits.
I mean, listen, dude, you look like you're stoked. I'm going to be watching you because, I mean, I'm going to ask one of these last questions, which is, are you a cop?
I'm not a cop.
Okay. Because you have to tell me if you're
I'm
caught.
required to say that, yeah.
Just based off of, you know what I mean? Like, just the look and the profile.
I mean, Dagestani to Dadistani. So, like,
Wow.
yeah.
Dadistani.
Wow.
Call me Dadistani.
Dadistani is probably the hashtag that will take off.
Listen,
the
they
most.
took my mustache from me. They bullied me out of it. Don't let them do it to you. It was glorious.
No, but
it
hold
was,
on.
It was glorious.
It was
man.
not that great.
It was fantastic.
It reeked of probation.
Those are unrelated.
Let me point this out to you. First of all, he shaved it off on a mistake. Okay.
Well, you got to have a symmetric mustache. Yeah,
absolutely.
You start overdoing it, it gets awfully into the
Listen,
Hitler zone.
yeah, I was about to say I overshot it. My options were no mustache or try and bring the
That's how
Hitler
I am.
back. You know.
Mine's like dark in the middle, dark on the outside. So if I go into the middle zone, awfully Hitler. Yeah, just got to hide it with a beard.
Well, it's better than not awfully Hitler.
Yes.
So good job there, my friend. I would tell you this, Abe. I hope you get some moments to shine. Anybody who's watched you compete knows you're always fun when you're out there. I really, really hope something, whether it's a team, whatever, I don't know what it is, but I look forward to you getting an opportunity.
That would be awesome. I'm really happy to be here. It's been a really, really fun event, so I'm really happy to just come out and participate at the very least. Brandon's been great. Everybody's been great. I've really enjoyed this interview, and it's great to get some love, get some attention, all that kind of stuff. But let's see it. I want to show up this week.
All right, man. Well, we're going to let you get on out of here, sir. Thank you so much. Abe, the master of the Abe Lock.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, sir. Brother. Oh, my man. All right. Yeah. Ladies and gents, we thank you for hanging out with us. We have another friend joining us in a second, but I want to show you what the contents of this are. Essentially, the good folks at New Hope Generation gave us this super dope t-shirt. Look at this. Guys, come the hell on. Look at this. You get the PGF t-shirt right here, and on the backside, look at this. Good Lord, we got some Breaking Bad fans here. But this dude wears a good hat. I see people who can rock a hat. It's hard to do. And we're joined by somebody here who, well, listen, I can't wear what he wears because he comes in looking like $1 million, and I don't want to get off and say that he is the best dressed person at the draft, but he might be the #1 seed for best dressed. Ladies and gentlemen, you know him, you love him, Kyle Chambers. How are you doing, sir?
Fantastic, guys. Thank you guys for having me.
Okay, obviously the jiu-jitsu's good, so we'll get to that in a second. But how giddy are you at the opportunity to have a draft and show out like only you can do, sir?
I love it, man. You know me. If you know me, follow my Instagram or anything like that, you know when we do dress, we like to dress. You know, it's not too often. We usually wear jiu-jitsu clothes, nice and sweaty with everybody else. So when we actually get the opportunity to go out and put on some clothes, you kind of want to do that and take a full opportunity in that. You know.
Was there anybody who impressed you on how they dressed here today?
Well, really, you already know jiu-jitsu guys can't really dress. They kind of bad. You know, they have a couple rash guards and then they only have some shorts and some high socks, you know, for the most part. But
Sure.
I feel like Cam had a good time too, you know.
Okay. So let's talk about that because we talked with Cam.
Yeah.
I gave him his props.
Yeah.
You know, Cam came out here looking like Macho Man Randy Savage. Okay. And I asked him, I was like, you know, we're not saying who's best dressed yet. And Cam's like, okay. And I go, do you think you know who we would pick if we were to pick? He's like, yeah, it's Kyle Chambers.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, make your case, sir. And you know what he said? He said he had more chains than you. Is that a factor that we should weigh into best dressed?
I don't know. We can go about value too. I don't care how many chains we have.
Okay.
But I think about
okay.
my earrings probably cost more than his chains.
Ooh.
But then we got custom rings. We got a lot of things, but we don't need to put that in there. But yeah, you know, we have custom jewelers and stuff like that. His could be Temu ball, you know?
Ooh,
we don't know that, you know? Yeah.
The luggage company? Don't they make luggage and
all love, all
sell it at
No,
Marshalls?
it's all love. But I just want to say, I love the fact that Kim's going to go home and be like, I love Kyle Chambers. He's my, what did he say? About my ice?
TJ Maxx.
It's on. No. And here's what I need you to know. I love the fact that he was the only other person who looked up and said, finally, somebody dressed, because he was our last year's best dressed. And I thought he set it up very nicely. I just knew he was going to have competition, and you showed out today, sir. So big congratulations to you. I will say, I do have 2 notes.
Yeah.
The first is, for whatever reason, I want Arby's. And number 2, I keep looking at this, and I think to myself, you look like the American version of a Mountie. And when I see this, it's way more stylish. It's way more cohesive. But, like, you went anti-Pharrell hat and kept it subtle. Where did you find the hat?
Oh, man, I can't even tell you, man. I just shop. A lot of stuff is online, so a lot of random websites, because I feel like Cali, if you know anything about fashion, I feel like a lot of it comes from Europe, you know, and then you have a taste of the East Coast. So when it comes to California, I'm from SoCal. It's hard to find how I like to dress in the normal stores.
Yeah.
You know, unless you're in the East Coast, you can find more of my style in the normal stores, but for the most part, everything's online. And me, I like to be a little different. I like to show expression just like in jiu-jitsu. And my expression is, you know, in clothing. You know, and I feel it's like one of those things like that. It's kind of cliche, but you look good, you feel good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all about good energy. And I feel like when you have, it's almost like school day. You know, you wait 2 weeks to put on your new shoes. You know what I mean? Your fresh white tee. And I feel like that's kind of what it is. You're like, oh, you got to dress up for the draft. I was like, oh, I can't wait. What am I going to wear for this? How are we going to set this up?
Do you know how hard it was when I saw you a couple weeks ago not to be like, tell me what you're going to show up like? I was just like, no, I need to be surprised. I'm not going to ask anything. But the last thing I want to bring up before we bring it to the guys is just when I see you decked out like this, I'm always like, yeah, that dude looks good. This is what it looks like. This is what you're supposed to look like as a professional. So I was very pleased by that. But the other thing I think of is I'm just like, I just love the fact that nobody else can replicate the style that you're going to have. So I'm always like, all right, man, you basically, if we were to fight in combat here, that's one thing. But the hat makes me think if this was Mortal Kombat, that would be like the finishing moment. Like, I'm so nervous every time I see you in that kind of a hat. I'm just like, yo, that shit is how I'm going to die. I have already seen the Oracle tell me. So, Tim, I'm going to open it up to you for questions, sir.
A couple things. One is you have violated a bullpen gang rule, which is hats versus glasses. You're rocking them both, man. And that's a strong move. That's hard to pull off, and I think you're pulling it off well. Let's talk about the composition of your team. Now that you know who your teammates are, how do you feel about your personal ability to put points on the board against the rest of the league?
Me, I'm always super confident, man. I feel like this rule set benefits me a lot because if you've seen any of my prior film or any of my prior matches, I don't win by points or position or the judge's decision. I only win by kills. You know what I mean? So I feel like this is perfect for me. It helps that I have a dynamic team. You know what I mean? The other like-minded individuals also go for the kill. You know, Dory's really good as well. We always see each other on the same kind of stages, you know, full grappling, IAEA, all that stuff. Kyle, I train with every single day, pretty much at 10 Planet Oceanside, so I already know what he brings to the table. You know, we have a couple other people that are also Adam Bradley. We're on a reality show together. You know, we both had long matches, a couple of hard battles. We understand what each other brings to the table, and I feel like individually we're super strong, but as a team, it's almost unmatched.
Kev.
Yeah, how do you feel about your coach?
Oh, come on, man. You might have one of the best coaches there. You know? So I feel like it's be great because one of my main things I like to enjoy, I would like to take part is learning some knowledge. You know, you always got to be a student of the game, you know, and I love that we're going to have some team sessions so I can pick, you know, the mind of the greats, you know. So I enjoy having Hodger, you know, he's accomplished so many things, you know, that we all hope to accomplish in our career. So, man, I just want to pick his brain, pick up some techniques and see if we can add anything to my game.
How do you feel about your overall team, and what do you feel like you're going to add to them? Just from, we already know you as a competitor, but I've heard from reliable sources, I won't reveal who, but someone very close to you, did say the following. Kyle's not the best with teams. So.
It's the uniforms. You can't get with
No. It's not that. It's just, I understand it. I am a very good
I know
team
exactly
player.
what you're talking about when you say that.
But this is, for the first few days, a big team event.
Yeah.
So I'd like to know how you envision your role on the actual dynamic for your team.
Yeah, man. Usually I know the source you're talking about because traditionally I'm very competitive.
Mhm.
And, in a team sport, it doesn't matter how good you do personally. If your team is not carrying their weight, it's kind of difficult. You're not going to get that goal that you set out for yourself. But in this situation, I feel like my team is very competitive as well, and I feel like they're just as capable as me. So me, I'm just coming in with my energy that I always bring to every situation, every comp, very focused, very sniper-like abilities, but also, some of my comedy. I want to relieve some of that tension between the teammates. Some of these guys we go against, some of these guys are my friends, but it's very rare that we're all on the same team. So I just want to have that good camaraderie, just talking, joking, having a good time, but also business, what I mean? But it's good to have that balance.
Yeah. The way you said, I know your source, I want to make sure our source is protected.
Yeah.
Because the way you were addressing, you were like,
He's like,
yeah, I know your source. Your source is probably going to get a phone call from me a little bit later.
Hey, bro, you maybe want to lay low for a little while.
I'm going to be real, though. I think the source is going to do all right. I don't think anything bad is going to happen to them. But I would say this. I feel like it's really cool to see you here in this element to let you do what you do best. So it is going to be an intriguing week. We asked Abe this a second ago, but I know people are familiar with you, but I'd like to know what they can expect to see from you this week when they're at the PGF. So into that camera right there, sir, let the people know what they can expect from Kyle Chambers this week at PGF.
Absolutely. What you can expect of me is what you always see. My style is just to kill or be killed, live or die by the sword. We love the fire. We're submission hunters. So you can always expect me to get into my game and kill when I get there. I know these guys are tough. Everybody I respect. Everybody's difficult. Everybody's at the same level. But I feel like some of us have specialties, and when we get into those spots, I don't care who you are in the world, it's going to be a long night for you.
I love it. I love it. You know what? Listen, I know the people behind Marvel Comics can't get their blade together, but we got a blade right here that we are happy to let out because he's already got the style portion down. And I'm just letting you guys know, I feel like there's going to be something fun that you're going to do this week. I just haven't predicted what it is. So thank you for being the drip god here today, sir. We appreciate you. And I will tell you this, comes with the responsibility. Because you set the bar high, so now you can't just be walking in like a regular jabroni the rest of the week, sir. I better see a consistency to the way you're dressing here.
They're not ready for that. In this grappling community, I might break some hearts and some minds. So we just pop out once in a while, show that it's possible. But every night it might be difficult.
He's like, Raph, the budget for popping out 5 days this week was not in the car. Actually, my luggage couldn't fit all this drip. It's too heavy. But Kyle, very much looking forward to seeing you do your work, sir.
Yes, thank you guys for having me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Everybody, Kyle Chambers, and we are going to close this out, and he can now go get his 12 pounds of food that he is eating. We will be keeping a look at what Kyle Chambers eats this week, so that will be a recurring segment. If you ever follow his Instagram, you have diabetes. All right. Let's go ahead and go back to our actual 3-shot here, and let's just close this stuff up with some final thoughts. I would just like to say this. I think we got a preview of a few things today. The first of which is, I think only seeing one walk today tells you that there may be a very straightforward strategy from the teams. Here's why. The main strategy might have been to walk a couple of those people, and we might have seen some different teams. As a result of that, the gamesmanship element has not availed itself in the draft. Maybe it happens tomorrow. Maybe it happens in a couple days. But I'm intrigued to see what the first element is. The second thing I want to bring up is this. You're starting to see the emergence of some characters here. And I want to ask you guys, do you have any predictions based on the characters we have seen thus far in? And I'll start with you, Tim.
Well, yes and no. I think we're going to see some interesting things out of Elijah Carlton that we haven't expected. And I think we might see some things out of Kimoy that we haven't seen before based just on his kind of feedback that I've gotten today. Characters emerging Sebastian Attard really has a great presence on the mic, and he's got the voice for it. You just want to listen to what he has to say, no matter how ridiculous it is. So I expect to see and hear some pretty cool things from him this week as well.
Beautiful. Thank you for that, Kevin.
Yeah, I'm really happy we got a chance to interview all these guys. We got 10 interviews in. I'm surprised. I didn't know a lot about these athletes beforehand, and there's an awful lot of personality this season and a lot of guys ready to burn down that mic. I hope they get a chance to. I want to see how people handle pressure. I want to see how they handle opportunity, because there's a lot of action this week, and how people respond to it is what we tune in for.
Thank you for that, Kev. Guys, let me just tell you what is going to happen for the rest of the week. So every day at 4 p.m. Pacific time, we will be starting here with action. But every day before that, at approximately 3:30, you can catch us for the pre-show. So I know it says on the website, 4 p.m. start every day. Nuh-uh. 3:30 start every day with us. And maybe, just maybe, we start a little bit earlier, depending on how much news is really out there to communicate with you guys. So make it a habit. Watch the pre-show with us, your team here, the Bullpen, and then stay for the action. And guess what? Once the action concludes, you're going to see your boys here, Kevin Sherrill, Tim Freeman, and Rafa Sparzo, holding down the coverage to make sure you have coverage from every single angle. So that means tomorrow, for day one of action, we will kick it off, and we'll give you a recap of some of the stuff that we may have learned that happened behind the scenes, and much, much more. Before we sign off, do you guys have any last things that you'd like to say? Tim, I'll come back to you.
Yeah, you know, make sure you pay attention the whole time. The PGF is an Ironman. It is a very unique thing in the jiu-jitsu competition scene. Nothing like it exists. And the fact that you have to fight every single day of the week really, really starts to bring about the best and the worst out of these athletes. And it's really cool story to see play out. So make sure you catch all of the action.
Thank you for that. Kevin.
Stop telling people that me and Elijah are friends. You are breaking kayfabe. Between that and all of the handsome title challenges, y'all are destroying my brand. I'm going to die with this belt around my waist. And as far as anybody needs to know, me and Elijah have beef forever.
Thank you. You know, got it. My shoulder got so heavy here for a second here.
You're going to get bursitis.
You know, listen, I think we had a good first day. I think we learned a lot. We were reminded that championship behavior is, I mean, it's unstoppable. But what other things you may learn this week? There is some fantasy elements. We did a mock draft with our good friend TJ DeSantis, and then we also did one here, and we will keep you updated through that. We would also encourage you to check out, we've got our good friends Jason Anik and Egghead, who will be walking you through all the fantasy action. So that's going to be a really fun edition that we have on the PGF this season. And here at the show, we got more surprises for you, so don't go away. Make sure that you're going to stick with us. This is the Bullpen, your official pre- and post shows for the entire week. And I'd like to thank my co-hosts, one, Tim Freeman, and one, Kevin Sherrill, for the hard work that they put in. And you guys, you ain't seen nothing yet. So on behalf of us all here at the PGF pre- and post show, it's been a great day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats.
New hope is there for fighters and their families. You are not your diagnosis. New hope is changing the fight game. Heal faster, fight harder.